Hello everyone, Joanne here, and
Okay, so here we are, and of course we want to go ahead and start making our box. So we're going to start with the lid right here. You're going to cut a piece of gingham cottage DSP at 5 1/4 by 3 3/4. You're also going to cut a piece of the silver threaded twine at 28 inches, okay, to tie the bow right here. So that's about what I measured, 28 inches, okay? So I'm not, of course I already have the top of my box done, but we're going to make the top right here. Now you'll have in your kit, you'll have 2 pieces of cardstock. One's real red, one's pumpkin pie. They're about 4 1/2 by 1 1/2. So this is what I do. Each stage you get the pieces that go with that stage, okay? So that's why I believe, now I don't have an extra kit here right now, but I really believe that I'm going to open them and put your parts into the envelopes, and you'll see why. So now with these little cute little this bow, there is a detailed one and then an outlined one. The detailed one I'm going to do in pumpkin pie, and we're going to cut 3 of these. So put it toward the top. And we only get 1 die of these, so we will have to cut a few. Oh, I could actually put the red one on here too, couldn't I? Let's just do that for this next one. I do believe we can get at least, there we go. Isn't that pretty? That's fun. Okay, so let's go ahead and put the red here, and then the pumpkin pie here, and I think we're good on the mini, or I'd move in the big one because it's easier to cut more, isn't it? Sometimes I use the mini, sometimes I use the regular size one. So these pieces will easily take 3 pieces or 3 cuts. They'll make your 3 bows, I think is what I'm trying to say. So if you're new to my classes, I craft like you're right here in the room with me. So sometimes I make a mistake, and you know, I just kind of go back and do it again. And I like for you guys to follow with me. So I figure if I don't have things that are already cut, you know, and that I'm doing this, you're doing the same thing, okay? You're putting things on your paper, your dies on your paper, and you're cutting. So that's why that I craft right along with you, like it's just you guys and me in the craft room. I don't have this set right. I should have just probably used the big one, right? There we go. No. And then see, these things happen on camera where they won't go. That's hilarious. It happens to me constantly if you follow me. And if anything's going to happen, it's going to happen on a live, or if I'm making a video here. All right, we'll just abort this for right now. There we go. And we'll bring in the big one, right? So it happens. This is why, too, that I tell everyone, if you're going to get a machine, get the big one first, because the little one is like a little toy. And this one just is the perfect die cutting machine. Not that I don't like the little one, I like it, but this one just rolls through. You have to have those plates kind of lined up, and sometimes when I'm behind the camera, I don't have them exactly lined up. See, now you can just throw this piece away. So I also make it to where you guys don't have a whole lot of excess, but you have plenty to put your pretties together. So let's just cut this one right here. And we'll go just like that. There we go. Yes, so that's why I do my classes like this. Like we are all together right here having a convention. And with this class, it's going to be like a convention, right? There is a lot to do with 10 cards, right? Great. Let me move that aside. Okay, now let's go ahead and put our bows together. Let's put our bows together. I'm going to use some glue dots, I believe, to do this with. I'll turn the little pumpkin pie ones over. And I'll just get, I'm running out of glue dots. See, I'm right at the end. Well, I'm out of glue dots right there. So we always have another box ready to go. What I do is that when, like my essentials, okay, of being the Tombow glue, the glue dots, you know, just, what else? Seal also. What I do is as soon as I run out of, I'm going to put a glue dot right on the back here of the bow, okay, right in the center, and then we're going to layer that on the real red. But I just go ahead and add it to my order. I always have an order going, and so either it's a list or it's an order on the computer or whatever. So I always want to have a spare. So see, I knew I was at the end. So I opened that box and I knew that I was there. I already have another box ready. Okay. So yeah, and then I do the same thing with dimensionals too. So just kind of essentials that you don't want to run out of. Now I'm going to take this little pumpkin pie one and put it right over top of the red and let the real red kind of shine through a little bit. Now, where I got this color combo from is because I'm a demonstrator, I get a color chart. And so with this, the mint macaron, it suggested the red and the pumpkin pie. And I thought that that really came out cute. I thought it came out perfect. Okay, so 3 little bows. And now what I'm going to do is put my bows. Now, what you might do is wait and put your box together. Okay, because I want like 2 bows here and 1 about here, because I want to tie my ribbon, okay, there. So you might just wait to put your box together before you go ahead and decorate. But because I've already got the box top together, I'm just going to go ahead and put these, let's see, on here. And see, I'm just leaving a space right there, and no big deal, right? Okay, so let's go ahead, and I want dimensionals with this. So I have all my dimensionals over here, and I always cut the sides because on something like this, they are perfect. So I always have these sliced around the sides, and then I have like what I call my little palette of pieces here to always pick from. So go ahead and get the backs off here. Wonderful. And let's go ahead and attach this one here on an angle, and this one here, and then this one kind of in the middle on the bottom going the other way. Okay, and I'm going to take the largest of my rhinestones. That's why I use these as an add-on, because my last class I used these in, and I thought, okay, if they have rhinestones already, they're not going to want to get another pack. And most everybody has rhinestones anyway. So there we go there. Very, very cute, right? Okay, now I'll be back in just a moment, and we're going to put the box together. Okay, so let's talk about the box. This is a very simple box to put together. Don't get intimidated by it. It is a no glue box, which is wonderful. Okay, I'm going to move the bottom out of the way. Oh, and remember, in your kit, you do get 12 sheets of your gingham cottage DSP. Okay, I forgot to tell you that at the beginning of it. Okay, now I've made my little top here, and I forgot to add 2 rhinestones. I want to put one, like a medium-sized one. I might run out of rhinestones doing this class, right? I love rhinestones because you can do so much with rhinestones because you can color them, okay? So if it's like, you know, if you're on a little bit of a tight budget and you just have one thing to order, they're inexpensive. You get many of them. And how many are in here? Actually, 140. And you can color them with your blends. Okay, so let's pretend, or what you can do right now if you want to, okay, is to attach this that we just made to the top. Now the top is of course the smaller one. The bottom has the larger panels on the sides to hold the cards, okay? So you can go ahead if you want to and attach this with Tombow or any adhesive that you'd like, or wait till the end and then you can attach it. Now, let's work from the other side of the box, the inside of the box. And when you score, you have to score everything that has score lines scored. Okay, we're going to do it. So I'm going to take my scoring tool, my bone folder, and I'm going to score, of course, each of the tabs. Okay, and then what we're going to do is we're going to score this box right here. It's going to come in. Watch what I do here. Okay, in, and then the flap goes back. Okay, the flap goes back so that it's almost like a little Z fold there. Okay, let's do the other side. Okay, this is how I did it when I first got the box. So I took my tabs, I folded them in, and I used my bone folder, of course, on each side. Then let them flop out. Then take your score line here that's closest to your lid, okay, and bring this over and score into the box, okay? Then the next score line, bring that one into the box side also, okay? And then the little flap here that's already cut, the little angles here, you want to fold that back right here. You'll see why when we put it together. Now here on these ends, okay, so we've got all that scored, and it gets a little wobbly, you know, but it's okay, honest. It's Kraft, so it's got, you know, it's solid, so it's okay. You can move it around. Now, again, you want to fold it. You'll fold each of these like this. You want to fold it into the box. Use your bone folder. The next one into the box. Use your bone folder. The next one then where the slits are, this tab that is angle cut, fold it out. Okay? Fold it out. Here, same thing, okay? We're going to fold this entire thing because this right here is the bottom of the box, okay? Fold it into the box, bone fold it. Get the next score line, fold it out, but you still have everything in the box. Now this tab, even though it's that big, fold it out, okay? And then use your bone folder. All right, now that you've got all of that completed, what I found the best thing to do was to get my little sides here and get my little tabs in. See how this is going to work? You'll understand everything as soon as you start pushing it together. Okay, so my little tab's going to come in here. These little tabs are going to come in here, and then that's going to come down. You want to take the smaller side first and just push your box in there. Get your tabs in and push this down. See how that just holds it in place? No glue whatsoever. And guys, you can't make a mistake, okay? There's no glue. If it's wrong, if you have scored something wrong, take it apart, score it the other way, put it back together. No big deal. Now, it gives you a nice bracket right here when right after you do this, all of a sudden you see it, okay? So when these tabs come in, they it's kind of like a bracket, like holding this box together. Where we scored, this is going to come over and then down, and see these tabs right here that are stuck up like that, like little tabs on a folder? They are going to fit, just push them right into those little slots. And there's the top. And I did it all with that already on the front of the box, okay? All right, so there's the top. Let's do the bottom again, okay? And it's the same deal, but let's do it together, okay? This way we get your box together. Let's take our tabs on the edges there and bone fold them. Actually, mine could use a little crisper. I can feel it. They're really pushing down this time that I'm doing them, so I'm happy that I took it apart. Now the entire tab out here folds into the box, bone folded. There's a score line here, fold that into the box, bone fold it, take your tab that has the angled cuts, fold it back. Give it a crease right there, okay? Let's work on the other side. I like to do each side, okay? Instead of, some people like to work around the box. I just like to make sure that I've got everything. I've done that side, now I do this side. Okay, I'm gonna fold the tabs out, bone fold it, take this one right here, fold it into the box, and then the little tab with the angled cuts, fold them back, just like that. Let's work on this tab on this side again. Now this one doesn't have any, wings on the outside of it, so that's kind of easier, right? So right there, bone fold it, where it's already scored, fold it into the box, and take your tab, and this one has the slits, and fold it back and use your bone folder. So these edges here are like Mountain Valley, okay? Let's get this side. And it's the same thing as the lid. Okay, that's the bottom of the box. Actually, with the lid, that was the top of the lid, right? Then this one here, fold it into the box so that it's across like that. Then fold this big flap back. Okay, all right, now, first thing, fold your tabs in, put your little, I like to do this bottom one first, I don't know. You can do it any way you want. And then I just take this and I bring it in. And then I just take this side and I just bring it over. And like I said, just as soon as you do that, you're going to see that you have it, okay? It's just that simple. It's such a simple box to put together. Then this side, again, it just flaps right over, encasing those tabs, okay? And then we have our slits right, our little projections right here. And then we have those slits right down in there. And it just comes back into the box and down. And that's it. It is that simple. Right here, okay? Now, where you took your 28 inches of silver threaded twine, I love this twine. We use it on every single card. We put this together. But of course, you could use ribbon. You could use baker's twine, anything you want. I like that the silvers run in this, and I like the way that you pull it apart. And honest guys, I just tie a really rustic bow because it's a cottage wreath, okay? And I think that looks so pretty for the box. Now, of course, you can stamp, you can put other DSP if you wanted to around it, but I thought because the cards are Kraft, I thought part of the box should be Kraft also. So I really, really like the way that turned out. Very simple box to put together. And now we're ready to start our cards. I'll be back in a minute. Okay, first we're going to start with this lovely card. I absolutely loved the black with the basic gray. Now, we're going to add a little dimension to this, and then there's the inside of the card. I want to show you, just with this first video, not with all of them, how this comes. How I like to send this is why that your kit is open. I put all of your pieces and parts in the envelope. I use the envelope as a holder for everything. So what you need to make this card is in this envelope. Go ahead and look in there. Yep, I knew there was a little stylish shape. I'll cut this for you, but you'll watch me use these a lot throughout this video. And so here's everything that you need. I will cut this basic gray out of the deckled rectangles, but of course, and then I'm going to cut it out of the gingham Cottage DSP, the layer, but I give you the dimensions to cut just in case you don't have the deckled rectangles, 4 1/4 by 3 of the gingham Cottage. We'll talk about that in just a moment. So all the pieces are in here, even the little 1 by 1 to stamp the little berries, you throw it away. Then you cut out the little bit of greenery here on the pear pizzazz. And our colors that I'm going to use are basic gray, Poppy Parade, and Pear Pizzazz for this card. I actually had the real red out, but my color guide from Stampin' Up! Tells me to use Poppy Parade, and that's what makes it look great. And then I put a little wink of Stella on there just to make things kind of sparkle a little bit along with our rhinestones, okay? So when you look in here, you're going to have all these pieces and parts, and this is what happens is that from your envelope, you can construct this entire card. You're not going to have a bunch of things all over the place. Actually, you probably will by the time you're done, because if you're a crafter like me, it takes me all of 5 seconds to start with an area that's like big, and then all of a sudden I'm in here at like 3 inches by 3 inches crafting, and I know if I do it, you guys do. It's so funny. It happens all the time. But you can always, with my classes, just do one card at a time and put it away. You know, but of course, like you're going to do 2 of the same. Of course, I have my first one completed. But you know, you could do them like that. Just each card, each envelope has its stuff in it. Okay, so this one, I have 2 of the basic gray deckled rectangles already cut out. I'm going to put that aside. Okay, you will cut out a piece of the DSP, the Gingham Cottage DSP, for the outside of the envelope at 3/4 by 6. But let's talk about that in a minute. Don't do that just yet, okay? Let's go ahead and we'll work with the inside of the card and the envelope. I already creased that, and I love these because they're already scored. Just take your bone folder, just like that. And let's see, let's go ahead, let's do some stamping. Let's stamp the inside of the card first, okay? So here we go. And this again will be cut for you, this basic white piece out of the deckled framelets, or listen at me, I said framelets, dies. Deckled rectangle dies. I can't believe I said framelets. They've been gone forever, but you know what? There's sometimes things are just etched in your head. So at the top of this, I'm going to put "Some people just make life better." You'll see me use this sentiment a lot. I happen to absolutely love this sentiment. Okay, so again, I'm going to do this in Poppy Parade right up here. Wonderful. And then down in this corner in Pear Pizzazz, I love this. I love that greenery right there. We're going to place this right here. And that's all for the inside. And you have a very nice area to go ahead and write a sentiment. Let's go ahead and attach this to the card. I'm all about, as I go through these cards, you know, like if I finish something, I like to attach it to the card. This way, then I kind of get it out of my way. Okay, right there. And then this will attach right here. Wonderful. Okay, let's go ahead and bring that envelope in, and let's just start to stamp on it. I'm going to bring in a little bit of grid paper. This is our 7x7 grid paper for the Stamparatus. It works wonderfully on a mat when you're using photopolymer stamps. So this envelope is just a little bit different than the other ones. It's because of cutting out the deckled frame dies, and or if you're cutting them in the dimensions, you know, that I give you. So that's why we have a strip across the back, is what I'm trying to say. In Pear Pizzazz, all of a sudden I forgot what color I was using. I'm going to take this greenery, and look at how cool this looks on the Kraft paper. And I don't care if it goes off a little bit, just a little whimsical leaves here. Okay, now I did 3. Now watch what I do here. I'm going to fold this envelope right here. Okay, I'm going to just fingernail fold it. And now with it folded, okay, I'm going to come across the top here and just have the greenery hanging down, okay? So I'm going to go like this, and I'm going to just stamp off. It'll stamp right onto the grid paper right there, okay? So we're going to come across the top like that. Just like that. Okay, now I'm going to open the envelope up, and I'm going to turn this so that the leaves are touching these leaves, but we're not going to even worry about that, okay? So come in here to where they're kind of touching, just like that. and fill up the back of this envelope. Just like that, okay? All right, now let's put that aside. Let me clean my stamp here. Good. And let's go ahead, and do some more stamping while we're at it. I have the, you'll have a piece of 3x3 basic white. Let's go ahead and stamp your wreath. You want the one that's the sticks. And see, this isn't, you know, like when I looked at this, I was like, oh, that's for Halloween. That's like boo scary, you know, kind of thing. But it's not. It really came out really pretty with this card, I thought. So, you know, it all depends on what you add. And, yeah, you know, and like the sentiment that you add. I didn't put boo, I put grateful. Okay, oh, isn't that pretty? That's wonderful. All right, so that's good. Now let's go ahead and bring in the 1x1 here and a little poppy parade. You'll take the little berries and just stamp them like in adjacent corners. Okay, and you're going to have plenty of room to cut that out. That's wonderful. They actually give you 2 dies right here to cut the berries out and a few of the leaves and everything. So it's really great. Let's go ahead and stamp grateful right here in basic gray. And this little piece is in your kit. It's from the Stylish Shapes. I use dies. I use them all the time along with those deckled. I really like both of these sets. So there's that, okay? So let's put this aside. Now we're ready to cut here and here, and this doesn't get stamped at all. We're just gonna cut some pieces out, add a little wink of Stella. Let's move this aside, and then let's go ahead and bring in, I like to use a 10-second bow maker. You're just gonna make a bow however. Now, from my last class, or you might already have this is the silver threaded twine, or you might have added it on in your class, and of course it's in your bag. What I do first is I leave it all tied up like this, okay? And I just look and go, okay, that's good for a bow right about there, all right? And then I get my snips and I just cut the bottom off right here, okay? Because this twine is different. We're gonna do something a little bit different with this. This is so much fun. This twine, you can pull apart. That's why they call it twisted. Okay, because that's exactly what we're going to do. We're going to pull a piece out. So right here, just kind of fan it out, okay? And pull one of these. Like that's the, almost like baker's twine or linen thread, okay? See, so pull it. Pull one out, all right? Now you can make your bow however you'd like. This one, I just did one twine, and then there's this like tinsel in here, okay? It's almost, that's what I relate it to. So it's the silver thread, all right? But it's like tinsel. So now you want to pull one of these guys out, okay? Right there, all right? So let's pull that one out. How nice. Okay, now, what I found, if you don't do this, it's like, it is trying to tie tinsel, it just slips. Okay, I make them even, and then I just take my fingers in the middle and I twist it up. Okay, so that it's kind of like all together. Then I go ahead and tie my bow. Now, I'm just going to do one loop with this one, with this card. Some of the other ones, I think I do 2 or 3. You could do whatever you want, and you can make your bow as big or as little as you'd like. Right here. And I'm just going to bring that around, and that is perfect. But I found that if I twist it, it tends to stay together better. And I'm going to cut that off right there. We might have to make a little haircut on that, but isn't that a cute bow? Just like that. Okay, let's put that aside. I'll put my bow maker aside because I use it through this entire class. Now, let's go ahead and bring in this stamp cut and emboss machine right here and move my ink. Let's go ahead and start to die cut. So we have our berries and we're going to have our leaves. They're easy peasy. Oh, look, my little berry was stuck on the bottom of that. There's another one. I would have looked for an hour for that, right? Turned off the machine and everything. So here is this. Okay, and of course I give you, you know, little extras, whatever, for you to craft with if you want to, or you could just throw it away because it's just a little piece. Let's see, let's put some berries right here with a little tape. Okay. And then this in here. And I really don't know. I kind of feel like the berries have like a place, or I don't know if like, see, it kind of, to me it looks like right here, okay, it indents a little bit more on the berry, okay, right here. And so there's two little ones and then a larger one. See, so I kind of feel like that up there is like the two little ones. I don't know. I don't know if anybody's going to say, oh, that die was crooked. You know what I'm saying? It's just as crafters, we look closely at things like that. Okay, so let's see, am I stuck? Oh, I missed the magnetic plate, right? That's perfect for little dies like this, but it just separated and came apart and, yeah, got bad. So you can't use it. Okay, now this one. Let's talk about this one. If you look in the, right here, it has an arrow right here, okay? So here is an arrow on this, let me get out of that light. There we go. Okay, so here is an arrow, okay? And here is an arrow. So if you line it up like that, okay, it's perfect. It's got the, you know, everything is lined up perfectly. But honest, guys, by the time I stamp it, I don't know where I'm at again, okay? I have to be honest about that. So I guess that you could mark it, you know. But I'm more of, let me look here. Like there's a little space here, okay? So maybe this goes about in here. And I'm more of a person, I just kind of look at the die and move it around. So this might take me just a second to line up. Here's a space right here. And that's where exactly where I believe. Am I close? Let's see. Yep, right there. Right there it is. So see, I looked for, let me just show you. I looked for this space right here and it's flat. And so this is flat right here, okay? So I don't see any other places on there that, you know, that is close to that. So that's what I did. And I know the little arrow is right there. And you guys might be really, really good at that. I'm just better at looking at the die and finding my own little focal point and then putting it down. We're good. Right there. So I'm going to take a little washi tape here and some right here. Good. All right. We are happy. And we'll just cut all this out. Just like that. So now we have all of the pieces that we've stamped and some that we've not. Just our greenery, you know, just our pretties that go around on the outside of the card. Be careful taking washi tape off. It can, when it's brand new, it can mar the surface. And that's perfect. That's wonderful. Okay. And then two of these guys. And let me get these guys off of here. And I'll put those over here. And then this one, we'll throw that out. And let's see how we did with our berries. Oh, we did well. Berries right there. Get my die off of there with my washi tape. Hopefully you're crafting right along with me. I try not to, you know, get in a hurry. I just try to take my time. Ooh, they came out cute. I did okay taping them down. Okay, and then just throw your piece out. You're good. You know, because sometimes that can get a little messy, right? Okay, now, originally when I designed this class, I thought that I was going to give you guys like 24 sheets of 6x6, okay? So you'd get 2 of each. But then I thought to myself, why cut it in 6x6? They could probably do better with 12 sheets of 6x12. So that's why I've got little 6x6 pieces, but you've got a 6x12 piece, okay? So I'm going to put my deckled rectangles here. And remember I said don't cut the strip, okay? Do you see what I'm doing here? When I cut the deckled rectangles out, then I'm going to cut my strip. But now if you don't have these dies, this larger one right here, you will cut at 4 1/4 by 3, and the smaller one you will cut at 1 1/2 by 2 3/4. 1 1/2 by 2 3/4, 4 1/4 by 3. So you could just take the piece, put it on your trimmer, and cut that out. You know what I really realized? Like, it was like the light bulb went on the other day. If I use dies, I don't have to measure. So that's kind of fun, right? Okay, so right there. Now, oh, you know what? Let's look at these deckled rectangles. Let me show you these sizes that I used for you guys that have them. And I know many of you do because you have been ordering classes, and I know many of you have added that on. So let me move this. And let's go ahead and take a peek. Here. Okay. So, of course, they're nested. And so this larger one is 3 from the outside, okay? So it goes right there. And then this one is 2nd from the middle, okay? So these are the 2 sizes that I used for this card. And again, if you're cutting 4 1/4 by 3, and if you're cutting 1 1/2 by 2 3/4, 1 1/2 by 2 3/4, okay? So 2nd from the inside, 3rd from the outside, right there, all right? So let me put these back in here. I always have everything open to the side here that I use, and then, just kind of go from there. All right, let's bring these pieces in that we just cut. And, well, actually, no. This piece right here is 3/4 by 6, and right now is a good time for you guys to cut off 3/4 right here. It's already at 6. Just cut it at 3/4, okay? And you'll get a little strip, just like that. Okay, so we'll have that. Now let's go ahead and bring in these gray pieces, these basic gray pieces that I've cut out for you with the deckled rectangles. And we're gonna go ahead and place these together. This one here, and the other one on the other one. Let's put that right there. Look how pretty that is. I just love the edging on this. Let me check my measurement because I'm pretty sure, yes, that's 3 inches by, yes, 4 1/4 will work out just fine. Just want to make sure. And let me just check it on this one too while we're at it, right? Yeah, 1 1/2 is good there by 2 3/4. Isn't that what I had? 1 1/2 by 2 3/4. Yeah, that'll be fine for right there, okay? All right. Now we're going to put this here. All right, now let's go ahead and move those aside, and let's bring our envelope in. Remember this guy? Remember where we put things together here and I said it didn't matter because you're going to place this right here. Isn't that cool? Just something a little different that you can do on the back of an envelope with your stamping and with your designer series paper. Just a little something different. Now you can do this on all of them if you'd like to. Many of them I just cover the back. But I thought I'd give you a little something here, a little different to do. Okay, now just let's cut these wings off right here. This is actually a whole lot easier, seriously, than cutting around the entire back of the envelope. It's just 2 straight cuts. Boom, just like that. And look, you've used your DSP, and that looks adorable. Just something different, right? Okay, so let's move that aside. We've got both of those completed. And let's go ahead and bring in our card. So we have the inside, the envelope. Now let's work on this outside. I love putting these together. right here, we're going to use dimensionals. So I'm going to put 5. And we'll get these backs off. There we go. And we'll put these right here. You know, I was never a huge Kraft, because I never really used it, a Kraft like base person, but this little kit has made me use Kraft paper. I love it. I actually have some of our 6x6 Kraft paper, and I thought, wow, that would make a fantastic scrapbook, right? Now let's go ahead and put some dimensionals here. I think 3 will get it right here. Just down the center, I think is fine. And this is going to go right in the center of our card right here. Just like that. And now we're going to go ahead and attach our wreath right here. Okay, so I kind of want, you know, I'm just looking at it. I'm just going like, let's do like 10 and 2, 4 and 8 o'clock. Okay, so I'm going to flip that over. And now here is where I'm going to use these little sides. Always use your sides. So I'm going to put them like here and here. And then down here and here. Okay. I always say it every single time. Always use every bit of your dimensionals. The whole sheet should be gone before you throw it away. Okay. So the reason why I did that was because I wanted it to pop up on this little part. Of course, if I had it on the one layer, then it wouldn't matter where you put your dimensionals. So that should go right there. And that's perfect. See, because it hangs off just a little bit. Let's go ahead and attach Grateful to the inside. And I'm going to go ahead and use a dimensional on that also. I'll use one of these with the flat sides. Put that right there in the middle. And let's put this going at an angle just like that. Oh, it's coming together so nicely. Now, what I want to do is let me bring in my my scrap paper. I want to bring in these 3 little elements here. Now, you could have added on a wink of Stella, or you don't even have to use it if you don't want to. But I wanted a little bit of shimmer. I opened a new wink of Stella yesterday. So I'm going to use it. Wow, it shows me how old the other one was, because now these are really, really shimmery. Wow, that's awesome. Okay, so there's that. And this is just like an alcohol glitter element that I'm adding to our little die cuts. Wink of Stella is so much fun. Now, where I have red ink here, let me say this, okay? It's going to reactivate that ink. Watch how I hold this. I'm going to try my hardest just to stay within the dot of the berries, okay? And I know my hand is probably in the way. But as you can see, let me lift this up. At this point, I don't have any bleeding with that, okay? So that's why I'm using the absolute tip, especially that this one is brand new, right? It, you know, it could get a little juicy. So right there, and I'm working more in the center of the berries and allowing the wink of Stella to kind of pool out a little bit. And then I kind of look at it, and if I need to add, then I add, okay? But I'm really using my tip. Like right here, just add a little bit. Right? That's beautiful. Beautiful, beautiful. Okay. Let's go ahead. I'm going to use my take your pick tool right here. I love the putty end, right? I'm going to move these aside and move this in here. And let's see. Let's go ahead and place our bow first, actually, because that's what we're going to work around. I'm going to take a glue dot right here, and I'm just going to roll it up and put it on the back of this bow. And I'm just going to put this bow here in this corner, okay? Oh, I like my tails. They're perfect. I'm not going to give them a haircut whatsoever. Okay, so see how we are building out from there? Now what I want to do is put my little green pieces. And I want to add, I picked that, let me see. There we go. I want to add some Tombow here, just to the outside of the leaves here, because it'll stick nicely, just like that. And I'm going to take one coming up this way. Look at that wink of Stella. I know that it's sometimes on the camera it's hard to see the wink of Stella, but I can see it, and it really dresses it up. And so there's that one. And we'll just get this one. But you know, the other thing too is I want you to watch, and this amazed me when I even designed this card. I want you to watch when I add the berries, okay? Because we have, you know, some pear pizzazz here, and we've got, you know, our basic gray and black and a little twine, okay? But now watch this. This just amazes me every time I do something like this. First, I'm going to take my wink of Stella, my wink of Stella, my Tombow, and I'm going to put it here on my leaf, okay? I'm going to pick up one of my berries, and I'm going to place it right here. Now watch the little bit of add of that red makes this card. How does that happen? That the smallest littlest teeniest detail took it from very plain looking, okay, to something that, I don't know, it just stands out. I'm going to take my little take your pick tool and place it right there. Now you could also use a glue dot if you want to. I'm just going to let that, I'm going to hold that down for just a second there. Both of them. And then, now, good. And now we're going to add our rhinestones. And I want to use mediums at the top and at the bottom here. And then coming all around through here, I'm going to use small. And I'm just going to kind of go where it junctions and just try to put, like, this is what I did. If I started out with 3, okay, just like that. And then I was like, no, it needs more. So then I split the difference again, and I used 2 more, 5, 6, 7. It's beautiful. And that's exactly what that card needed. So pretty, right? So here's our envelope. Both of our cards ready for at least one set to go into our box. Okay, back in a minute, and we'll start with the second one. Okay, we'll continue with this card. And the colors I'm going to use for this is Blushing Bride, Smoky Slate, and Garden Green. So here it is right here. And this one, I don't use the deckled rectangles. Okay, so we'll go ahead and start. Let's go ahead and get our envelope in here. And my paper there. And we'll get this going right here. And with this one, we're going to cover the back of the envelope. And I'm just going to stamp this leafy greenery in Garden Green right here. 1, 2, and then I'm going to let this one just come up in here and not matter right there, okay? All right. Now let's go ahead while we're at it and cover the back of the envelope. I'm just going to use a little Tombow. Of course, you use any and adhesive that you like. I like to apply this to the envelope, back to the flap, just right there. Oh, I'm going to run out of glue, right? That's okay. We've always got plenty in the wings, right? And then I'm going to take a part of this beautiful Blushing Bride, and not the large square. I'm going to use the little square, okay? And this, your piece, of course, is 6 by 12. And I'm going to go ahead and place this right here. You could just use the edge. just like that. Okay. And I kind of fold it down and I look to make sure that I'm okay on that side, and I am. And then I'm just going to take my snips and we're going to cut around. Now you can also, if you wanted to, just like we did the other card, stamp a little bit on the back of the envelope and put a little strip down through there if you'd like. Sometimes when I do this I have to add a little bit of glue at the envelope flap. Whoop, I got a chunk there. I'm not a good fussy cutter, guys. This is about as close to fussy cutting as I get, and sometimes I even just struggle with this. There we go. All right, that's good. Now see where this is open a little bit there? I don't want that, you know, for mailing purposes. So I'm just going to add, maybe with another bottle of Tombow, right? Let's retire this one. I have so many bottles, like upside down, of Tombow that I really, when I do cards, you know, and just design, I really need to use them up. But like they get to the end and I'm doing a video or something and I'm busy, so I just like it to, you know, pour out. So, all right, I'm going to take that right to the edge, just like that. Wonderful. Let's move this aside. And here is our pretty envelope for this card set. Let's go ahead and go to the inside. You'll have a piece in your kit of the basic white, and it will be 4 1/4 by 3. 4 1/4 by 3. Let me make sure. Yep, 4 1/4 by 3. Yes, yes, yes. And we're going to do just a little stamping again with my wonderful saying here. We're going to do this in Blushing Bride. Some people just make life better. I just love it. Let me see if I can get this. We always have side 2, right guys? Now that's a little bit low and a little crooked to me. Let's do side 2. I like that better. Okay, so that's in Blushing Bride. Now I'm going to use my little favorite little greenery stamp there, but I'm going to do it in, what did I pull out here? Smoky Slate. Yes, that's what we have to accent the front of our card. Now you can stamp these off or do them full strength. I'm just doing them full strength. I think they look great. I want it to look great with the front of the card. I'm going to move this aside. Or actually, let's stamp one more time. Right here you have a piece of basic white. It's just like 2 1/2 by 2 1/2. I'm going to clean my stamp, and I want to stamp my greenery right here, this one, in Garden Green, and I want to stamp this twice. Just like that, okay? All right, let's move that aside. And let's see, while we're at it, while we have the pad out there, let's go ahead and move in our little tag. They're so cute with the stylish shapes, and we're going to put hello. And hello is in Blushing Bride. Right here, right in the center. Just a nice hello. Okay, now I think we can move this out of the way. Let me get this die ready to go. I've got that ready to go. I'll move my scissor. My envelope is completed. I've got my die cuts over here ready to go. Okay, now we're going to fold our card base. I love that this came with the note cards and the envelopes, right? It's actually quite economical. Now let's go ahead and, oh no, look what I did. I got ink from where I don't know. Let me see if I can erase it. I'm not sure. If I can't, oh, I might be able to erase it, which is rare for me. Have you ever used one of these Tombow mono adhesive erasers? Sometimes they work, sometimes they don't. I have mixed feelings about it, but that was light enough to where I believe I saved it. So, or I would have just cut another piece and stamped it again with you guys. Because like I say, I craft like you're right here with me. We all make mistakes, right? Here we go. And I already made side 1 mistake, right? Okay. There we go. That looks very nice. All right, now the outside. What you're going to do in your kit, you have these pieces. This is Smoky Slate and Blushing Bride. And these are at 1 by 3 1/4. So there's 2 Smoky Slates and 2 Blushing Brides. All right, so they're already in your kit. You're going to cut 2 Smoky Slates at 3/4 by 3 and 2 of the Blushing Bride at 3/4 by 3. And now we're just going to layer these together. Easy peasy. And see, that's why I didn't want to use the big side. I like the little check on this one. I love gingham. Ooh, I have totally, I think, forgot to turn off my phone. I try to remember to turn everything off. While I'm doing these classes, but sometimes I forget something. Like, I know right now I don't have the volume down on the computer, so like if something comes through, you'll hear it in the background. But it's my house, it's my craft room. I bring you into my life here. Look at these, how cute these are. I did that wrong! Stop! Oh no. Oh guys, I am so sorry. Stop immediately. The Blushing Bride goes on the Smoky Slate. Okay, I am so sorry. The Blushing Bride goes on the Smoky Slate. I might not be able to tear this one up. Okay, that's no problem. I'm just going to use the other side. We have to alternate color. I am so sorry. So here we want to use a gray. The Smoky Slate. I'm going to cut another piece right quick. Lucky we have a lot of DSP, right? 3/4 by 3 is all I need. And I am so sorry. Alternate your color. All of a sudden I was like, why doesn't this look right? Okay, this one will get a gray one. And then I just have to cut a Blushing Bride. Oh, if I remember on this video, I'm going to, when I put it up there, I'll put a note on it, and it will say, like, alternate color. Make sure you alternate color. Okay, so let me see right here. Oh, I have this strip right here that I did the envelope out of. Let me cut this really quick. So I just need 3/4. Let me even that up just a second there. Okay, so I'll cut that out. And I'll just do 3/4 by 3. Easy peasy. And then right here. Okay. Whew, lucky I caught it before I did everything. But if you're following along with me, you might have a boo-boo. So like I said, even with these guys, they're side 2, right? That's what we did. All right, so I have Blushing Bride, Smoky Slate, Blushing Bride, and Smoky Slate. I got tongue-tied. How funny. Okay, so that's all ready to go. All right, now let's go ahead and bring in the Stamp Cut and Emboss machine. And let's do a bunch of die cutting. So first I want to get my leaf up here. This is real easy. And then I want to talk to you about the wreaths. Okay. Because there's 2 different ones. You wouldn't think, but there is. Okay. So let's see. I need, you have a piece probably of So Saffron, and I'm just cutting these guys out. I love those. And then a little piece of mint macaron, just to add a little color, a little something different to it right there. We're going to cut that out. And then we have these 2 wreaths, okay? One has a very thin, like, vein that goes around here that the leaves are connected to. The other one has a thick one. The thick one will then go on the bottom, okay, for then the skinnier one to lay on top of. And see, these can actually be lifted, okay? That's what these are made to do right in here, just to lift things up and even give it more dimension like that, okay? All right, so you have 2 pieces. One is Blushing Bride. I'm going to do that with the thinner vein. let's see, can I get everybody on here? Because let's see. Well, I have to cut it again anyway, don't I, for that. So, ooh. Nope, okay. Let's not chance it. Okay, so we have all of this. Put my plate on there. And let's get everything cut out really well. Now, because I have a wreath, I'm going to roll it back through just to make sure I've got a good cut. Okay, just on that wreath. All right. Because I see that one of my dies has slipped over here on my So Saffron, so I just didn't want to roll that through again, okay? All right, there we go. Let's just take these guys. All right, that cut well. I'll get my little tool here. Let's pile everything up over here with our panels that we made. This is interesting. Isn't that an interesting die? You can actually take out the center or leave in the center. That's just interesting. So, really kind of a cool little die there. Okay. Remove that, and we have a pretty leaf. That greenery is gorgeous. Let's put this back on while I've got it in my hand. Right here, good. And let's see what we've got going on here. Yeah, that cut out really nice, right? Move that to the side, and we'll pick this guy up here. And let me just get my little pieces out here. And then I'll get my trash can over. Oh, I got the new trash can. It has the polka dots on it. It's actually bigger than, it's a logo item. Supply, or yeah, I think it's called a logo item. So that's a lot of fun, just to get new stuff. I have the little gray one, and I love it. I don't know what I'm going to do with the second one, but I had to have it. Okay, so there is that. Let's put that there. I'm going to just move this over here just for a second. Use my spatula and get all of my pieces into the trash really easily here. There we go. And let me move that back. I was saying the only thing I have left of a Cricut is my spatula. I was saying that on a video that I did a while back, and I commend people that can use Cricuts. I am just not that savvy with the programming of everything. And when I ran into Stampin' Up, this was almost a decade ago now, and I saw that I didn't have to be savvy with the machine. I love that also about Stampin' Up. Now look at this. See, this is thicker through here. Okay, let me remove this. And then I also want to show you on this wreath, okay, you have all of these little parts here that you can pick up and out to give you dimension, okay? So you could just fold them up, and don't be afraid to fold them. That's what it's there for. If you hear the birds now tweeting, it's warmed up enough to where I can open the window. And I just love that fall sound, right? But honest, guys, I'm not a winter person at all. You will hear me complain till the cows come home when it gets cold. I can't help myself. Isn't that cool, though, how that lifts up? And you can do it to the center, and then you can also do it to the Blushing Bride one that we cut. Yeah, if I was going to make any kind of a move, I should have made it about 15 years ago before these kids of mine gave me these grandchildren, you know, that you don't want to move away from, you know. So, and yeah, and now I just look and I go, oh no, I'm too old for all of that commotion going on. There we go. Isn't that cute? Okay, let's move this. So, in Tennessee we stay, right? And let's see, now we're going to attach this to here. And again, you can fold these guys up, giving this wreath just like so much dimension. It's really, really awesome the way they thought of these. So let's put just a little bit of Tombow around here. Just like that, not much. I didn't even do a full circle of it. It's not necessary. Now, what you don't want to do is line the leaves up. You want everything to be like a little askew a little bit, so that you see the gray and the blushing bride and that kind of thing right there. So we'll just push that down in the center and pick our edges up as best you know. I mean, you can fool with yours even more. I just love the look of it, really. That bird is really talking. I don't know if you guys can hear it. So that's really cool. Okay. Now, I want you to cut now a piece of the twine that's about 14 inches, okay? And we're going to make a triple bow. I want one silver, I'll call it tinsel. Okay, now this one we need a little bit more because we're going to make a triple bow. And I want one. Now look at these pieces right here, okay? Some of them might be a little thicker than others. So I might get like a thick and then a thinner one and, you know, yeah, just like that. And here's a little skinny one right here too. So I'm just going to pull that out. Okay, so I'm going to put 3 of these together. They're all about the same size. I really don't know if it matters. And then I'm going to put my tinsel. Okay, my little silver thread. And when I pull these down like this, I'm going to get to the middle and I'm going to twist this stuff up. Okay, you really want to twist this up. Okay, oh, let me move my, do I want a bigger one? Yeah, I think I do. I made 3 things. You probably don't need 14 inches of this, but you can wrap it and make like, ooh, let's make a thick one. Let's do like 6. Yeah, wrap it. So we'll get like a lot of dimension with that, and it'll flare out really well. Okay, so then we'll tie that. See, this is another thing. I'm going to leave this a little long about putting things in a box. The dimension on the card does not matter because it's going in a box, okay? So that is really pretty cool. You might be giving the box as a gift. Now look at that, where you where I did pull all that apart. You can pull all of it apart, and then that little silver is just in there shining. Isn't that cute? That's a cute bow. Okay, and I will put a dimensional on that. Let's work with the card front now, and let's go ahead and place our pieces. Now I put these guys down with Tombow. Of course you can use dimensionals. Now I kind of like to look at this. Because I don't have an odd number, it's hard to start in the middle. Sometimes I just want to look at this. Okay. So if I put this with the middle, yeah, okay. All right, so my idea with this, I remember now, was to start in the middle and put the smoky slate to the left side, okay, of center. All right, smoky slate to the left side of center. And again, you can use dimensionals if you want to. I'm just placing that down. Let me give you a measurement on this. That's 5, so at the 2.5 mark is halfway. Okay, right about here. So I'm just going to the left of center. This way I have separation between my panels here. Okay, now we're going to put the Blushing Bride one on the other side, leaving some space. Just like that. Cute. Smoky slate on the right side over here. Easy peasy. Just like that. Look at that spacing. It's wonderful, right? Okay. And then this one. Oh, oh, I got scared, but that's my boo-boo side. Nobody will know but us. Remember, alternate color. Okay, so right here. Good. Okay. All right, now, I'm going to go ahead and pop this up with dimensionals. And this is where I will use my little sides here. And I'll just kind of hide them. You won't see them because we're going to wind up putting all the greenery and all of that, you know, going on. Just kind of hide them where there's might be a little thick spot and try to get about 3 of them on here. If there's a little gray, little inside piece there. Okay, got that out. And this one can go like right about here, I believe. Okay. And then we're going to attach this to the front of the card. You can even cut smaller straight pieces of dimensionals if you wanted to. And I'm just going to attach that right there. I'm going to take my hello and I'm going to put a dimensional on here, just like we did on the other one, and put it on the inside of this wreath at an angle. I like to angle these. I think they look cute. Okay. Now let's get our big bow. Look at that. That's awesome. I'm going to put that right down here. I think I want to give it just a little bit more of a haircut. Let me do that over the trash can. Make it a little shorter. Okay. And really let those loops dominate that. Oh my gosh, I love that. All right, now a glue dot. That don't even have to roll the glue dot up, right? Because there's so much back there. But now you could just make it like I did the first one with just 3 loops. I really love that, I don't know, farmhouse look to it just by adding that twine. So that's fun. Okay, let's put that to the side. Now let's go ahead and add our greenery that we've already stamped. So just a little tombow back here. And I'll put this on this side, and I'm going to just let that, I'm going to let it come behind the banner. And I'm going to put these interesting little leaves on. Not much glue at all on these guys. And again, behind the banner. I'm going to bring it up a little bit so you could see it. The other one is kind of behind and you can't see it as much. So this also gives me another way of looking at things a little bit different when I go to, you know, do the video for the card. Okay, and I'll put this one, I'm going to stick that one right in there. And just let it kind of hang on top of there because my bow's big, right? Okay, let's do the same thing on the other side. Notice I'm not putting a lot of tombow because this is straight. I want to go underneath. Just like that. Oh, so cute. Let's get this little guy going. I didn't know if I was going to be able to design 10 different cards with wreaths. But once I got going, it was absolutely easy peasy. I'm going to put this one toward the outside where that one's toward the inside, okay? Just for something a little different. And then our little So Saffron piece. Just like that. Oh, sorry, I hit the camera. And right about here, and again, I want it underneath my banner. Oh, so cute. Okay, now 3 rhinestones. I want to put one right here on the bow. Just like that. One up here. And one down here. I don't like that looking like a plus sign. I'll put that up in the corner, right? Okay, and there is this wonderful card. Look at that. Came out adorable, right? Okay, remember, alternate your color. Okay? And I'll try to remember to put a note on that part of the video. All right, back in a minute with another one. Okay, let's make this card. Now, I've already got my base folded. Okay, and here's the inside. So you'll get a piece of basic white 4 3/4 by 3 1/4. That's what the inside of this one is. And so here's my base already folded. Let's go ahead and let's work with the base first before we do the envelope on this one. I just want to make sure, like I cut mine 6 by 6, but you're going to have 6 by 12. You'll have plenty of room, okay? So the first thing I want to do is stamp the inside. Let's do that. Bring my mat in, just like that. And again, some people just make life better. And we're going to stamp that in pumpkin pie. Now remember, if you need cards that say something else, you can always use these designs and pull in another stamp set. You know, if you needed like happy birthday or something like that, you can go ahead and do that. These are just wonderful fall cards. Look, oh, I need early espresso. So cute. I absolutely love these. What are they? Acorns, right? Yeah. Yep. So, and then I have my little berries out here, but I'm going to make those in pumpkin pie. I want to make my little pine cones. Let's do one that way. And just 3 of them kind of coming up here at the corner, okay? Just like that. And then we're just going to take 2 berries in pumpkin pie and just stick them right there. Perfect. All right, let's get some Tombow on the back of this. You know, with these little cards, there's many ways that you can do the insides. You can, there's a lot of dies that you probably already have that you can even use, you know, on the insides too. And the outside. Doesn't necessarily have to be just square. All right, let's move this aside now. And let's bring the trimmer in. And let's, sorry, that got blurry for a second. Let's go ahead and cut this piece at 4 3/4 by 3 1/4. So I'm going to go 4 3/4 right here by 3 3/4 right here. Okay, and then this piece where that I cut, okay, is what I'm going to use for my band right there, okay? So this was 4 3/4 by 3 1/4. Right? Am I right? Wait. Oh, I thought I cut that wrong. Let me make sure. Let me make sure before I cut. Always measure twice, cut once. 3 1/4 by 4 3/4. Okay, so 4 3/4 by 3 1/4. Sorry, guys. 3 1/4. Okay, let's look at that on our card base before I go any further. And that's exactly what we want, so I know that's right. 4 3/4 by 3 1/4 right there. And now the little piece that you first cut right here that came off, it's like 6 inches. Go ahead and cut this to 3 1/4. And this is going to make our, see, and then you have the other piece, and you could cut that also. Well, this is too short, I'm sorry. When you cut this other piece, you will then have this as another piece, okay? Now, we're going to attach this here. Let's move the trimmer out of the way. Just a second here. Okay, let's attach this to the outside of our card. Little Tombow. And let's attach this right here in the center. Okay, just want to pick it up and look at it. See that it's in the center just like that. Look over here. If anything's hanging off, now's the time to trim, but we are perfect. Okay, so that's wonderful. All right, now in your kit, I have already, if I could find my piece, cut for you a circle from the Stylish Shapes. That's going to go right here. Let's go ahead now and attach this to the front of the card. This way then we're using the whole base, okay? we're working on that part. Right here. And right here. Now again, I put this down with Tombow. You could of course use dimensionals, whatever you'd like. Now the circle we're going to attach with, well, what we want to do first actually is not attach it. Don't attach it. Take the little piece of 3x3 basic white, okay, and stamp it with this stamp with all the leaves on it, okay? And let's do that in Old Olive. Again, with all these colors, I went by my color coach, what it said that looked good with each one. So my basic color here was pumpkin pie, so I used Old Olive. And of course, it didn't matter for the pine cone or the acorns; they were going to get done. Oh, that's beautiful. And they were going to get done in early espresso. Let's move that aside. We'll cut that. Let's go ahead and stamp our 3 little pine cones here. This piece is provided. Just looks like a little piece of scrap, but it's for your 3 pine cones. Perfect. Let's see, just like that. Okay. And let's see. Now, do I have enough to cover? That was my question. Yes, just, oh no, I don't have enough to cover my envelope out of my 6x6 piece. You guys will have enough probably to cover the back of the envelope. So I'm going to fold this and do a little stamping. Let's do that. Actually, I think I have another piece of that, don't I? Yeah, here it is. I really want to cover the back of it. Okay. Yes, I have another piece. We're good. See, because this was just out of the 6x6. So you will definitely have, see, you can cut the front of your card, the front of your card. You can do your envelope, and then here's the little strip here to put on the front right here, okay? So I would cut this, okay, because this is 6x12, I would cut this at 3 1/4 this way, okay? And then 4, 8, 10, no, I would cut 4 3/4 this way, widthwise 4 3/4 by 3 1/4, and then you'll get 2, and then you'll have enough for your envelope, okay? So that's what I would do, yes, 3 1/4, and then cut your 4 3/4 down like this, okay? So, but I am going to cover the back of my envelope. I could have stamped a bunch of little pine cones and then put a strip in the middle, but I really like this DSP. I love gingham. So here we go here. I made a video the other day, and I did a little notebook, scrapbook thing in one of our kits that Stampin' Up! Has. And I was like, what is wrong with this video? And it had cut off the very first, there we go, part of my video. I was so disappointed. And I guess I just glitched it when I was editing. And yeah, so I wanted to show all the pieces and parts to the kit. So in my head, I'm trying to think about, like, everything's been used from the kit. It's all torn apart, and I had fun putting that scrapbook together. It's that little note card. Or notebook, I'm sorry. I'm thinking about these note cards. I had many people get in touch with me and was like, I can't find that in the catalog. And I was like, no, it's at stampinup.com/kits. I really don't like having them in a separate place, to tell you the truth. So I trimmed all that up. That's nice, right? Okay, so hopefully you understand how to cut this. I just want to go over that one more time because your piece is 6x12. You will cut it in this way from the 6-inch width at 4 3/4, and then you'll cut it on the long at 3 1/4, and you'll get both tops for the card. You'll have a bottom piece to cut in half for the strip right here, and then the bottom of this right here then can become your envelope. So just to clarify that. Good. All right, now let's go ahead and move. No, nope, we're not moving that in yet. We are making this wreath. Let's go ahead and bring our die cut machine in. Let's move this to the side. And this one, this is another wreath that I kind of, this one's easy peasy to cut, but you kind of have to look at it too, okay? But it is the outline of the, it's the outline of all of this greenery. And I have to see which one. We'll look at that in just a second. Let's start cutting. Okay, right here. And I think our little friend here, oh, we only have one die for our little acorns. They're so cute. Now I do put Wink of Stella on these. Okay, I'm going to do that. Now let me see about this. See, there's two. This one cuts more definitive. Definitely more definitive, but no, I'm sorry, this one is for the sticks. That's for the stick, the one that looks like sticks. This one is for the one with the foliage here. So again, I just look for something that sticks out, and I found it. I think it's this one right here, maybe. I don't know, maybe it goes here. Yeah, right there it is. I do believe, yep. So, you know, and I just like get my focal point. There is an arrow with this one too. So remember, the two dies that are open, one's for the stick one that it looks like, and then one's for the one with foliage. So that's nice. Well, it's nice to have dies for everything. I like to have dies. I like to have a lot of dies. I like to have a lot of littles. I love to build a scene, anything. I like to build. So it's nice to have dies that have all kinds of littles and stuff. And see, then right here, this is 3x3. You just toss it. You have no waste, you know, no scraps hanging around. Sometimes that can be a little bit much too. Okay, so there's that. Here's one acorn. At least with these card kits, you know, we have enough stuff in our craft room, right? I don't know if you guys are crafters like me. Whew, this used to be my daughter's bedroom. I don't know how. We'll just cut two of these out. Just like that. Like I say, just take it easy with the washi tape. This one is well used, so it's not as sticky now. But when I first started using it, it ripped the paper a couple of times on me. And I want to look to make sure that I have the top part of the acorn where I can see it in that little slot that's right there. Line that up and it's pretty good to go. And that one comes right through again. Just like that. Cute. Okay, put that there. And I think we're ready. Okay, I want to go ahead and stamp my envelope. So let's go ahead and get the acorn. We'll do that at the bottom. And then I'm going to come in with pumpkin pie berries. Then an acorn in early espresso. Then pumpkin pie berries. Then an acorn going the opposite direction. Kind of just walk it up the card, or I'm sorry, up the envelope. And one more acorn I think will be sufficient. Isn't that cute? That's adorable. That's just adorable. Isn't it fun when everything matches? Isn't that fun? That's just fun. Okay, now we can go ahead. This is what I wanted to show you. This is why I keep wanting to use it, but it's a no-no. Okay, because we still have the word hello. Now where's my stamp? Here it is. Okay, I still have to stamp hello. So now here what we want to do is pop this up on our circle, because this is giving me a nice little inside right there to stamp on. So I want to pop this up on the circle, okay, with dimensionals. Let's do that. I'll just use some pieces here. Whole ones are fine. I'm just grabbing what I've got right in front of me at this point. They'll fit nicely back here. What is this? Oh, there. Okay. This wouldn't come apart, would it? All right. Let's put this into the circle. I kind of like these two sticking out on the edges, only because then, wait a minute, I have like a little wider area here in pumpkin pie. Now that's popped up, okay? You're gonna, but this is small. You're gonna go ahead and stamp hello. You could do it on an angle if you want to. I did it straight. Ooh, I should have had my pad underneath there. Oh, we're good. Okay. Good, good, good. Now this is gonna come here, and we're gonna put dimensionals back here. I'll use 3 full ones. And I'm going to apply this to the front of the card. Isn't that pretty? Nice. Okay, now, let's see. Not the long one, but the shorter one of this. Okay, we want to go ahead and make our bow. And I'm just going to take, let me take a couple. Oh, here's a little skinny one. I knew they had thinner ones in here. There's a little one. I'm going to take 2 of these, a thin one and a thick one. And a piece of tinsel. You know, you could take a couple of pieces of tinsel if you wanted to. It doesn't matter. If you wanted it a little bit more, you know, glittery, that's fine. I just try to kind of match it up with my rhinestones, which I think it just enhances it. Get it together, twist it so that that tinsel does not walk out on you. Whoops, and I've meant to do this. Here we go. We'll just twist that back up. Okay. And we'll go ahead and make a bow. I need to add this 10-second bow maker, if they've got it on Amazon, to my Amazon affiliate link list. I'm now an affiliate for Amazon. That was very nice of them, I thought, to allow me to do that. So if you shop any Amazon, if you click my link, you don't have to buy that product. You just click the link and it helps me out a whole lot. Let me put this bow up here with a little glue dot. Right here. Those links are over on my YouTube channel. I won't post anything like that on a class. So, and then I'm putting it on the side, on the right side. Isn't that cute? Oh, I love it. Okay, now let's go ahead and get our dimensionals on the back of our acorns. Now you notice I'm not using the Wink of Stella yet. Okay. And I have to see where this is like down, okay, a little bit. What we want to do is stamp now. And I know this is risky, okay? I want to stamp. I guess you could have done it before you put it on here with the bow, though. I want to get some berries on here. There's one. I mean, this worked for me because of placement. And then here, just want to make sure it's flat. There we go. And then one right here, and that's flat too. Just like that. That's perfect. Okay, and now let's go ahead and put some dimensionals right here on the back of these little guys. They look so cute. And I think this one should fit right there. Beautiful. Okay, let's pick these off. I'm going to put this one right on here. So what I'm doing is alternating these between the little berries, okay? And like I said, you saw me stamp it when it was on there. You can stamp it when it's off of there. Maybe I should put a note on this one too, huh? And then here. Okay, now I'm going to use my Wink of Stella. And watch how this darkens the early espresso. Look at that. I don't know if you can see that shimmer, but you can see the difference in color for sure. But that Wink of Stella is so cute on there. Just little sparkly acorns. Right here. Just little spark. Who wouldn't want a sparkly acorn? Beautiful. Okay. All right, here is this card. Let's put some rhinestones up here. I'm going to graduate my sizes from large, medium, and then a small. Right here. I'll try to remember again. I put a note on the other video already, and then I'll try to remember again to put one on this one for you guys. Okay? There is this one. How stinking cute. But if you forget to, like I did, if you forget to do the berries, you just find where it's flat and just hold it down. It's no big deal, really. So that's awesome. All right, I hope you enjoyed this card. How pretty is that? Nice fall cards. All right, back in a minute with another one. Okay, I absolutely love So Saffron in the fall. I think it has such a pretty, I don't know, it reminds me of all the leaves around here changing, I suppose. Okay, so I used the Deckled Rectangles dies on this one, front and on the inside. Now, I will send you this piece, okay? But if you want to duplicate ever and don't have the dies, it's 4 1/4 by 3, okay? If you wanted just to cut it out. We have a lot of die cutting to do, but if you have the Deckled Rectangles, it's the third one from the outside that I used for both the inside and the out on this card, okay? In fact, I'm going to need that, right? Because we have to cut the front of ours. All right. Let's move this aside. And let's go ahead and absolutely, let's just go ahead and do that. Let's cut this. Bring the stamp cut and emboss machine in. And we'll just cut this just wherever you want it. You want it here, you want it here. Doesn't matter. That looks good to me. You know, with gingham, it doesn't matter. You know, it's just like, it's just great any way that you do it. You know, with a print like this, so that's great. And here's this. And now we have enough, of course, on here, and mine is 6 by 6 to cut the, you know what? I could do a bunch of die cutting right now, couldn't I? Then we'll come back in, we'll do some stamping and more die cutting. Let me go ahead and cut the wreaths while I'm at it here, right here. And I can do the bows. Okay, so you have a So Saffron piece and a little pumpkin pie piece right here for the wreaths and the bows. So on the pumpkin pie, you want the one with the thicker vein here, okay, and on the So Saffron, you want the thinner one right here. Okay, just like that. And we could get all 4 of these cut because there's no stamping with this. Then the other things we'll stamp and then we'll die cut. Yay! I'm just going to bring this through. Nope, it popped. I saw the die move. If it pops up, don't bring it back through again because you're going to cut it wrong, right? Or I should say correct. So here's our little bows. And then you can just, of course, throw that away. And this one. And there we go. And let's see what we got here. We'll move these aside. Let's hope they cut all the way. Sometimes when you do something like this, sometimes you do need that second, you know, little pop through. And if that happens, I just put the die right back on here. And these are just going to pop right out. and I just find it like finds its little place. I could use my die brush, couldn't I, on that? Let me take that off. I'll pick this up. I'm going to move those aside. Let me clean this because we're going to use it again. Maybe you're cleaning yours too, if you're crafting with me. Like I said, I love this little spatula though. I don't know what I'd do without the little thing. How funny. Everybody has their favorite tools in the craft room, don't they? Let's do that. Okay. And let's go ahead and get the little foam here. I have it separate. Now we have the little thing that it comes on here on the Take Your Pick tool, which is great because, you know, it just kind of centralized everything. And so you just kind of run the brush over this and it just pops the little guys right out of there. Easy peasy, right? Sometimes they're loose, but they're little. When they're little, they stick. Just run that over that some more. Get it into that foam. A lot of times it'll stick into the foam. Get this one going too. I had actually used one of these so much I had worn it out at one point. Now we're just going to poke. So yeah, little tiny intricate pieces. You can't help it because it's just paper. They could have used, now I'll tell you, if I'd have ran it through again, we wouldn't have all this going on. But I saw the die jump. You know what? Those aren't really even cut. I might have to put that back in there. We will do, well, that's a good way to show you, right? Let's see what we get out of here. If we can get these out, then we won't have to do this one. So our die's almost like, it's almost like it'll interlock in where they're cut. And most of the time, you can watch. I'm on camera and I won't be able to do it, right? And you all are like, oh no, we're headed for disaster. Let's do it. Here we go. That right there. And then that is the thicker veined one. And now what we have to do is find where it sits. So I just kind of want to move it around. Oh boy. Guys. That is very, very difficult to find, isn't it? Almost impossible. I have to admit that. Ooh, oh, right, I found, look at me. Don't be pessimistic, you see? Oh, I found it. It's right there. Did you see it? It just slipped right in. It's locked right into place. I found it. Just be patient. And I found it. I'm very happy. I didn't think I could do it. I was like, oh no. But no, just twirl it around like that. What did it take me? All of 3 seconds there. Okay? See? Don't be pessimistic. Be optimistic. You can do it. All right. Now, look at this. Now, see? Now they're just jumping right out of there. Oh, done. Easy peasy. And it's perfect. Okay. I'm going to clean this off again. Wow, I didn't think I'd find it. I really didn't. You know, I didn't have to do that before. That was the first time ever even thinking about doing that. So, whew. Good deal. All right, now, let's go ahead and do a little stamping on our inside piece. I will go ahead and get my mat here, just like that. And we'll put our favorite saying. Well, actually, I want to stamp my bow first because I need the spacing for my saying. I want to do my bow in So Saffron. It's very light and very pretty. Now around this, you know, you could always put an acorn or two if you wanted to. So pretty though. And then some people just make life better in mint macaron. I'm going to put it down here. Oh, that's so cute. You know what? Let's go ahead and add an acorn. Let's put one right here. That's cute, right? Let's add it on the card too. I like that. I was like, wait, this little guy needs an acorn. There we go. Ha! Like it. Like it, like it. All right, that will go on the inside of the card. Let's bring our base in here. And I'm just going to fold it. I had the other one folded first. Save a little time getting through, you know, because I can understand it gets a little repetitious, and we're going to use it like this in the landscape position. But I do like to do everything with you. Because you never know. You might do 1 or 2 cards one day and then come back to it in 3 weeks. You know, you're probably not like me where you're in the craft room every day. And I'm in here for, you know, like today will be a good 10-hour day. You know, because I'm doing the video, and then at the same time then I do the PDF. So like this PDF is already written, then I come over here, I do the video, get the next card out, write the PDF, come over here, do the video. That's the way that works. So let's put this, and I like the larger check on this showing because I like the white. Look how pretty. That deckled edge, it's just, I don't know. I love it. It's fall-like, isn't it? Isn't that cool? That just came out really, really nice. Okay, let's put this aside. Oh, I didn't mount hello. I need that one. Where's my hello? Right here. Okay. All right, we're going to do that in soft suede. Now, let's go ahead and stamp. You have a little piece of soft suede, and you have a piece of mint macaron. Now these wispy little things, boughs like this, are together, and we're going to stamp 3 sets. 1, 2, 3. Okay? And we're going to stamp 3 acorns on soft suede on soft suede. So remember the other ones we did on basic white. Now this we're just going to pick up color behind it also. There we go. Cute as a button. Okay, we've already got, I need my hello, we've already got our bow. That's good. All right, let's cut these guys out now. Okay, let's move this aside. Bring our sheen back in. Okay, and let's get these guys up here. Very nice. And let's see, we actually have 2 of these for the boughs, but we only have 1 acorn, so, but that's okay. Now remember, try to look to see that you have that little stem in that little groove up there on that acorn. Lines it up very nicely. And then here. And these are just kind of wispy boughs, not supposed to be anything of anything. That's why I did them tone on tone. Just like that. Good. Let's run these guys through. My next class is going to be a Christmas class. I was looking at that the other day. I was like, okay, now what am I going to do after this? It's time. I believe it's time to do Christmas. Get everybody going with it and get them early. You know, get your cards done early. Looking for that little stem on that. That right there. And let's see what we got here. So we have bigs and littles here with that. Right there. And then this. just like that, okay? All right, now let's run this through. Just like that. And one more acorn. And we've got it, right? And right here. I don't know if can you hear that static? I'm sorry. I've got a scanner and it's just staticky. I can hear it from the living room into here. Just too loud. I don't know what happened there. Another thing I forgot to shut off, right? When I'm making these videos. I guess there's a lot to shut off before I start, right? All right, here we go. See, that did rip the paper. See how that goes? It's okay. At least it ripped it on the side that I didn't stamp, right? Okay. There's that. All right, now, are we good? We're good. That's the way that goes. Okay, let's bring that here. Now, we have littles. A lot of littles here. And I'm going to turn everything around, line it up, and get these guys turned around so I can see everything where I want it. Here, okay. Let's go ahead and put our bow together. And I'm just going to do that with a little Tombow. A glue dot's fine. I'll pick this up, my little sticky piece, and put that in the front. Okay. We're going to let that dry. And then we'll put a rhinestone on that in a few minutes. Now, I want to get the 3 large boughs and just a little dot of Tombow on each. Okay. And then I'm going to put these guys, like some going one way and some going the other, because it doesn't matter. We're going to put acorns on these also. So right from here now, another dot of Tombow. Or again, you could use a glue dot, but see, the glue dot gives it a thicker dimension, and I kind of didn't want that. But if you do, you go right ahead. And now I want to put this here. I want to stick them together. Put that one going that way. Have one going the opposite way, that's all. I really don't want to see any green, any mint on that at all. Okay. I'm going to hold those for just a second because I'm very impatient about that. Okay, now we're going to flip these over, and now here is where we're going to put the dimensional. Okay, and let me move this out of the way. I think one of these, like right here, these little PC triangles, and kind of put it to where it holds down the acorn and the bough. Okay, so it's just a little extra added security of everything being together. Okay, so we'll put these 3 on just like that. So stinking cute. All right, now let's bring this over, and again, you know, like I said, you guys can fool with it and pop these up inside and out. Pop them up as much as you want to. You know, they really come out really cute. And then lay this right in there, offset it. It gives it such dimension. Okay, let's use a little Tombow. I'm just going to put 4 dots. That's plenty to hold this down. And I'm going to come over at the top here, and again, just offset my leaves so you can see all the way around. And I'm going to flip it over. Place some dimensionals. Again, I'm going to go with those sides. I think we did this on the other one too. We kind of hid them between the boughs and the bow and the little acorns. We can hide them. Okay. And we'll just pop this off. I got some glue on the tip of my pokey tool. This is an old pokey tool, but you would get the take your pick tool that, you know, has all the stuff that you can attach to it, which is nice. Okay, now here is our card front, and we're going to take our wreath and we're going to just place it on here, doesn't matter. And now, before I do anything else, I'm going to take my hello in soft suede and I'm going to stamp it right here in the center. Awesome. Absolutely awesome. Isn't that cute? Okay, now let's take our bow and let's pop that up with a dimensional. I forgot to put one on there, didn't I? There we go. See, this one we didn't tie a bow. This one we made a bow just like the outside. And I'm going to put this here on this side. And now I'm just going to come around here. And it really does not matter where you put these guys, okay? It doesn't. Just let the bows hang off. Let them go either which way. This actually came out really cute, of course. Now, I am going to, and I didn't do it on this one, but I am going to do the Wink of Stella. And just make them a little darker and a little glittery acorns. Makes it so stinking cute. On this end, I don't know what you're seeing in the camera. Like I said before, a lot of times the Wink of Stella does not show up. But here it is with, there it is. There's the little shimmer. And then see, it's without. It needs the shimmer, guys. It absolutely, totally needs this shimmer. And we'll put some rhinestones. Wonderful. Now, let's go. Oh, we didn't do the envelope. Whoops. All right, let me fold my flap. Okay. And let me get that piece of paper. And let's get some Tombow. I'm going to try to come out to the edge a little bit more on this. Come around. I just hate when it squishes out, you know. I'm going to take this piece right here, lay it here. Just like that. Let's make sure. I knew I was off just a little bit. I always am. There we go. Okay, looks good. Now we'll snip. I love this side. I love yellow. I used to have a yellow VW Bug. My favorite car. I mean, I love my little Honda Fit now, but let me tell you, that convertible Bug had my heart. You know how it is when you get a car and you're just like, wow, this is the one. This is me. This is my personality. This is everything. Yeah. And that was that little car. It was so cute. So stinking cute. Okay, I'm going to trim this back a little bit more. Because that's stuck down a little bit more. It's stuck down really well. But the transmission went out in it. And oh my gosh, the repair was more than what the car was ever even worth. Okay, now we're going to go up through there with some acorns. So that was the end of that car. And I was sad that day. Ooh, let me go over top of that. Ooh, see, photopolymer, you can save it. Look through it sometimes and save it. So I'm just putting my little acorns up through here, okay? On the side, and this is this card. I love the Wink of Stella on the acorns. There we go for this one. All right, back in a minute with another. Sorry, I completely forgot our rhinestones. You always have to put the rhinestones on, right? So let's put a large one right here on the bow. And then let's just graduate some size up here in the corner. A medium and a small. Right there. Perfect. All right, now back in a minute with another one. Okay, let's move on to this one, and it's our Halloween one. Isn't it cute? The spiders are so adorable. I never thought I'd say that about spiders, but they really are. So I just used Boo and Hello. The one thing with this is that you want to make sure you have a little square down here or somewhere that you can stamp your Boo. Okay? All right, let's move that aside. Let's go ahead and move our envelope in. And just going to press that with my finger. And I'm going to get my little spider here. Now, there is a down and an up. The down, like, it's not like this. It's more of like a teardrop, okay? So where the legs are kind of separated in the back, that I think that's the bottom. So that's what I'm using as the bottom. I'll say that. I don't know really much about spiders. I know I don't like them, and my one daughter is scared to death of them. So again, just coming up through here, making a fun envelope with our little guys right here. Just like that, okay? And then we'll go ahead and, well, let's go ahead while we're at it. Let me bring my pad in here. I need 3 of these spiders, and you'll have a little piece of basic white here, and you'll want to stamp 3 of these little guys on here, and we'll die cut them in a few minutes, okay? Now we're going to bring in the piece of basic white that's 3 by 3 and your wreath, and this one has all the foliage on it. And I want to get that black out of the way. That scares me with my fingers. A little pumpkin pie here. I love pumpkin pie. Pretty, pretty color. Okay, and we're going to stamp that nicely. Just like that. And then I'm going to go ahead and, you know, I really don't like the way that's stamped. Do you see that? I'm going to just turn that over. A little bit too much color there. Let me ink that up again. I probably pressed it into the ink too hard. So let me try this again. Oh yeah, I like that better. Now when that kind of melds out a little bit, that'll look better. Because there's light and dark. There's supposed to be light and dark, and through here there was blobs. Okay, so that looks a lot better right there. Okay, so we'll use that side. All right. And let's get out the, this is Pear Pizzazz, and then you want this little stamp that has the 3 leaves on it, and you want to stamp this twice. Pear Pizzazz on Pear Pizzazz. We're going to die cut that out, and let's see, I think we're done, just except for the Boo. We can go ahead and get to the inside right here. Let's do that. Let's do our spiders here in the corner. We're going to make 3 of them. Like they're going to a web or falling. I guess they're jumping up to a web, right? And then let's put Hello in pumpkin pie right over here. Let me look at that. Oh, okay. I thought I had like a glob of ink, but I guess I didn't. Nice. Okay, perfect. Nice. All right, let's bring the card base in and fold that. I hope you guys are having fun putting all these cards together. And then I guess giving them out or sending them out, or maybe possibly even giving the entire box to someone. Wouldn't that be lovely? Okay, let's put the inside in here. This one is already cut out for you in the deckled rectangles. You know, everything is in your envelope. Let's put that in here. And now on the outside, we need to cut this piece with our deckled die. So again, I believe I used the 3rd one in. Let's make sure from the outside. And yes, that's exactly what I used. Like I said, my grandpa always used to say, measure twice, cut once, but only in Italian broken English. I wish I could hear that voice again. I was very young when he passed away, but I still remember it. Okay, so remember, I want a little square down here, okay? See? See my little square? And then even if you cut it, it'll be 4 1/4 by 3, okay? Just cut it so that you have a little square there. We're going to cut this out. Wonderful. That's nice. Let's move this aside now. And let's bring in all of our little parts and pieces here that we're going to have fun with. And again, we're going to find the part of that wreath there, how to cut it out, and might take me just a second to go round and round. And here is these guys. Let me get that in camera, okay. And we'll just line these up. These are so pretty. They cut out 3 at a time and really make a nice little element for the front of any card, you know, putting behind something. I always like to add a little greenery, right? Let's get our spider here. And let's see, here's the bottom, okay, where it's larger. So that goes this way. Okay, right there. And I find the best thing with him is if you get that right up to his little body, it seems to cut out pretty well. Okay, now here is my die. Oh, I set it down there just perfect the first time. I looked right here. That was just protruding out. This was, I said, that's it. You just know it. You know, it's just easier for me that way. You know, like I said, I'm not good with all of that. You know, line this up and do that and do, I'm just not good that way. All right, here we go. That looks great. And I always instruct everyone, if you do not have a die cutting machine, always get the big one first, okay? Always, always get the big one. Look at all that I cut through here all at once, you know? Now, a lot of times when I'm designing, I'm using the mini because I have it just right next to me and I don't have to move this in and out or walk over to it. You know, I mean, like I said, I'm in a bedroom. It's not like I'm walking 5 miles here. But, you know, it's just right here. It's just simpler. There's our spider. Oh, look how cute he is, right? And let's get all of these guys off of here. Come on, jump out. There we go. We'll put them together in just a minute. Oop. Had one stay behind. Let's see how we did here. I know we did perfectly. Yes. Ah, love it. And then here's that. Nice. I figured over here I'd have more of a mess than what I've got right now, so I'm doing pretty good. And I think I have 5 more cards to go. Here we go. We'll cut that little guy out. The last one I forgot to put the rhinestones on, so I came back on. And we'll take him off of here. And get this last little guy right there. Nice. And it is just a beautiful day outside now. You know, I started doing this in the morning. It was a little chilly. And then I think I did like one video, 1 or 2, and then I opened the window. Now I've got windows open in the house, and the door in the back is open with the screen. And yeah, just feels good, right? Okay, let's move this out of the way. And let's bring in our card base. And we're going to go ahead and attach this. Now, you can put this up with dimensionals or Tombow. I'm going to use Tombow. Just like that. I love the craft paper around the deckled. That looks so cool. Okay, now I'm going to go ahead and attach my wreath. I don't have to stamp anything on here, okay? So I'm going to attach that. And get some larger ones on this. get these side ones. And we'll put 3 is just fine, right? And we'll put this here, up here on the, I want that one right, protruding out there. Kind of toward the top of that DSP. Now right here, we're going to stamp Boo. Tuxedo Memento black ink. Boo. That's cute. Not difficult at all, guys. Okay, let's get our little pieces in here. And let's see, what did I do here? I popped these guys up with dimensionals. So let's turn these guys over. Our little leaves. And let's see, that's 2 of a kind. That goes here. Okay, so there's 3 different shapes, okay? Good. And now we've got those guys. All right, let's put dimensionals on here. Now on our little leaves, I'm going to use this part of the dimensional, the little straight pieces between these flat bottom ones. I have names for everything, don't I? Little triangle ones, little flat bottom ones, little whatever works. However you want to name it, you name it, right? There's that. And then there. Okay. All right, now our little spiders can get some little triangles. I think they'll work out really well right there, and they are. I'm going to take this little one right here from the side. It's even smaller. Okay. 1, 2, and 3. Okay. These, I don't know if I can stick that in there. 1, 2. Sometimes I do, sometimes I can't. You know, it winds up like pulling off the dimensional. Let's see. Yeah, see, they're just little, but you can pick it up with the tool. The backs. 2 and 3. Maybe. There we go. All right. Now, let's move that aside. And let's go ahead and put our greenery in here. Leave that right in there. Let's see. And let's just start with the up here in this corner and just start placing this greenery up in here. Just sticking out of the wreath. That's so cute. And then down here, again, just sticking out of the wreath any way that you want to. See, I know it takes a second to get the dimensionals on, but once you get them on, you just pick these guys up and put them. So that's awesome, right? Now we're going to take a spider and put him inside the wreath. And let's get this guy kind of hanging on. Okay, and then this guy will be down here. And now we're going to add rhinestones. 3 rhinestones, and I'm out of the big ones, but these medium-sized ones will do just fine. I can't believe I'm out of big rhinestones. Those are usually the ones I don't run out of fast. You know, I usually have those hanging around because I really like the little ones, but they worked really well with this project. Okay, here's our Halloween one. Oh, wait, we have to do the envelope. We are still doing that. So let's do that, not with this, but with the black, okay? The black and orange. Let's put our Tombow. Sometimes I like to take the tip and just spread it. Try to get it right there, you know, real thin. Okay, just like that. We'll put this right here. I like to fold it down and kind of look, because now is the time if you need to scooch it. Now is a good scooching time. Just like that. Cute. And now we'll cut this. All right, right there. Oh, I love it. Isn't that wonderful? So here's this envelope with this set of cards, and we have our rhinestones on there. Oh, I didn't make a bow. What's up with that? Let's make a bow right quick. Let's get the shorter, okay, one that we had. Let's get some tinsel, and let's get one piece. Let's get a couple of pieces of tinsel this time. Like 2 pieces of tinsel, 1 piece of twine. I'm going to go ahead and twist that up. Wrap it. This will give us some good glitter on there, right, with our nice bow. Just like that. Trim off the ends. Beautiful. Let's get a glue dot. Roll it up. Place it on the back of your bow. And then right up here it goes. Right on that wreath. Cute. Now, of course, you can come through here and put more rhinestones if you'd like, whatever you'd like. All right. This is our Halloween card from this set. I think that came out really cute with the little spiders and our boo. That's our boo card. All right, back in a minute with another one. This card was so much fun to create. I had a lot of fun thinking about what to do with the wreaths, something different. So this is what I came up with here, like a big S, and I thought that came out cool. I think you could also turn it this way and then turn your square the other way also. Maybe you have somebody that has with the last name that begins with an S, but I thought that was fun. And then of course you would turn the inside, but there's the inside. So let's go ahead and start making our beautiful card. I'm gonna get my mat here, and we'll start with the envelope and our bow and some shaded spruce this time, because shaded spruce goes with that smoky slate. I'm going to come up here with just 3 of these bows in shaded spruce. Just like that. Great. All right, let's move this aside, and we'll go ahead and we'll put the DSP on there in just a moment. Let's go ahead and stamp the inside. And let me clean my bow. I have my chamois and my squeegee right over here to clean everything with, and I want to go into So Saffron this time, and I'm going to put the bow down here in this lower corner, this lower left corner this time. Pretty, such a light color. And then we're going to stamp hello in shaded spruce right next to the bow, just like that. Let's go ahead and place this on the inside of the card. If you see my thumb a different color from the last card that we made, I stuck it in the pumpkin pie while I was closing the, the lid to the ink. There we go. That's nice. Now, you will have these 2 pieces, and this is from the Stylish Shape dies. I already cut them out for you. On this gray one, go ahead and stamp Grateful at the top in Smoky Slate. Right up here. Just like that. And we'll move this, we'll go ahead, let's go ahead and layer that on there because that's done. Just like that. And then I just want to put dimensionals on this top and bottom, okay? So I really do want to use these sides right here that have the flat bottoms, okay? Because I want this one here. I'm just going to pick this one up going the other way. Put it up here. Just like that. Okay, now let's move that aside. Okay, let's stamp right here with our leaf, our greenery in shaded spruce on shaded spruce, and we want 4 of these guys. So let's turn this way and let's stamp 4. So this piece is in your card envelope. Right, just like that, okay? And I might even give you a bigger piece of that. What is that, 2 by 4? Let's go 4.5 on that, I think, just in case, right? 2.5 by 4 1/2. Let's do that, okay? All right, now we're going to cut these out. Let me find that die. I forgot to get that one out. Here it is. And let's see. We're ready to tie a bow. Let's do that. So we're going to just take out of here again the one that we're using. I'm just going to get the last tinsel. There might even be another one in there. I don't know. Anyway, let's just get 2 pieces right here. I love pulling this apart. Here we go. Twist it up and tie a bow. And, you know, I don't know if you have a bow maker or, you know, how you tie your bows. A lot of people just do them, you know, on their fingers, which is great too. Any way that works for you is perfect. And I'm going to put this aside. All right, let me bring my trimmer in. And this is what I was talking about. Remember on that other piece, I want you to cut this at 3 1/4. Okay, 3 1/4 by 4 3/4. Okay, now what you have is this piece to cover your envelope with. Okay, so that's the way to cut that. Okay, all right, let's go ahead and place this on the front of the card. And again, you know, you can do Tombow or dimensionals. With the box and everything, I tried to just keep every card to 1 layer of dimension, because you can only fit 10 of them in the thing. Okay, so there's that. That's perfect. Let's go ahead and do our envelope while we have everything out here going on like this. Let me get a little bit more glue closer to that edge. And now we'll bring that piece in, and we'll be able to cover the back of this nicely. And we'll give it a little trim. Just like this, come across. And then they always tell me, open the scissors, close them, open them, and as you're closing, turn the paper. I always don't get it right. It's not good with fussy cutting. You know, there's just things that you know you're great with, you know? Stick to those, right? So, but I still think it comes out pretty, right? That's easy peasy stuff. All right, there we go. Now what do we need to do? Now we need to bring in our die cuts. Time to die cut. All right. In between setting this up and doing the PDFs, I have Seinfeld on, and I'm just cracking up. You want the skinny vein right here with the leaf, okay, on the shaded spruce. Or no, I'm sorry. Wrong way, wrong way. Back up. Nope. You want the skinny one, okay, on the, whatever color that is. What color did I use? Daffodil Delight. I used Daffodil Delight, so that's cool. Okay, Daffodil Delight. You want the little thinner. You see, remember we said one has a thinner vein that the leaves are connected to than the other. So the thin one goes on Daffodil Delight, the thicker one goes on Shaded Spruce. And you know what? Because I want to run these through a couple of times, okay? I'm going to do this. I'm going to start cutting this out. You got to try to see the, and it's really kind of hard, Shaded Spruce on Shaded Spruce, to see the bottom of that stem. Just do the best you can. Okay, because I want to run this through a couple of times, right? We've got to get those little pieces out of there. So I want to go 1, 2, 3, 4, and then I'm going to come back through and pick up that greenery, okay? Just like that. Perfect. Oh, I did okay. All right, let's get this guy. Don't get braggy, you know, because then I won't do right the next time. Kind of lining it up here at the bottom at that point. Do the best you can, right? Okay, this comes here. That goes there. And let's see what we have here going on. Oh, everything is loose. That's nice. And poke that right out, right? Oh, that came out really, really nice. So there's just one. Okay. Let me take that off of there and clean my little pieces here. Get my trash can over. I was listening to the weather prior to doing all of this, and it's going to get chilly. Or kind of in the middle of doing all of this. Okay, now I've got that one lined up already, and I've got this one up here, and we're going to do the same thing. I'm going to run that top one through. 1. I wait until it pops, okay? 2, 3, 4. And now I'm going to come back through and grab that greenery. Right there. Let's see. Got this guy here. Nice. Whoop, I'm not done with that. What am I putting that over there for? Let's put this right here. Here we go. And let's take this apart. Look how nice this is going. Boom. That came right up. Nice. Okay, we'll get the little pieces out of there in a minute. I'm just going to turn this around and cut this one. It doesn't need 2 cuts. I just didn't want to run back over that and like stuff it into my plate. That's all. That was the thinking on that one. And now here. And I think we're good. Yeah, I'll definitely give you a little bigger piece than what I've got there. Whoop. Do as I say, don't do as I do. Do you see what I did? I rolled it right through. I'm just, you know, it's just what you're used to. That's funny. Okay, here we go there. Beautiful. I'll clean this off in just a little bit. And let's see how we did here with getting everybody cut. I couldn't believe on that one video that I got it stuck back into its little groove. I know that they've always said that, but I was like, oh, I'm not going to get this. But see, you have to be positive. Oh, must think positive thoughts. I will get this into this groove, right? So there we go there, okay? And like we talked, you can pick all these up and just have a ton of fun with that to give it dimension. Now we want to go ahead and we want to place this on here, okay? Now this time I am going to take the Tombow and I am going to make kind of a circle if I can, best I can. Okay, just like that. And I'm just going to take this, make sure that it's offset, not caring where it lands. Just want it, you know, on that same path of that circle, but not caring really where these land, except they have to be off so that you see the entire thing. Okay, now Now what we're going to do is we're just going to cut it in half. Okay, that's why I wanted most of that covered with Tombow. All right, there. Now, look at that. That's what I did with these. I was like, what am I going to do with another wreath, you know? All right, let's go ahead. We have our envelope, we have the inside. Now we're going to do the outside of the card. So this one is going to kind of sit here. All right, don't worry about that edge. Don't worry, that's why we have greenery, right? And then this one is going to come around with the little, you know, part of the wreath going up like that. And then I want it to come out to the edge of the smoky slate, okay? So just like that. Now, you can pop it up with dimensionals or put it down with Tombow, whatever you're happy with. And I just love popping these things up. I really do. I just didn't want to take a bunch of time doing it on all of them, you know, but it really looks so cool. Okay, let's go ahead and get a little Tombow here. See, this is that thicker part, right? Because that's that one that has the thicker one. Now, this half circle will go toward the bottom. And put it kind of in the middle of the card and let that just sit. Let's get a block to help us out, a little weight, okay? Now, let's get this one and a little Tombow. And now the half circle now will go on the top. Don't worry if this overlaps here, okay? You just kind of want an S shape, that's all. Just a very nice S shape. I think just like that will be wonderful, right? Just like that. And then see where these things are chopped. We're going to allow the greenery to come out on the Kraft cardstock with that, just like that. This will put dimensions on in just a second. Now, we had this one already completed. Let's pull the backs off. And that's why we just put top and bottom, because we have a lot going on side to side. Did not need dimensional. So watch, what a mess, right? You're going, oh my gosh, that's going to look awful. No, it's not. We're going to just cover it up. And it looks fantastic, okay? Isn't that great? All right, now, this one is going to go here. And I'm going to put a dimensional like on the top. And then we're going to stick it right here. And we're going to make sure that we cover up where I cut it, okay? And it's going to be okay if it goes out to the Kraft cardstock. Just don't let it go off the card. Let's go ahead and place this one here and put a dimensional again toward the top. And now we're going to make this one come down. And again, cover that up. Isn't that fun? You want to cover it up, but honest, you don't want it to touch this part, the wreath that you made, because what's going to happen then is it's going to get dimension, more dimension than what you want. It'll be like on an angle, like a crooked step, okay? So there's the two ends. Now, this here in the center, I'm going to go ahead and put these on with Tombow. And just toward the bottom now, we're going to put a little Tombow. Just like that. And then this one on this side. Just like that. Oh, how pretty. Look at how nice this came together. And then a little glue dot rolled up. Right here on our little bow. Just right here. Perfect. Absolutely perfect. And then let's get our rhinestones in here. And we're going to get 3 of these guys. I'll just get 3 little ones. And I'm going to put it on the Daffodil Delight. Right there in the center by the Grateful. And over here on the other Daffodil Delight piece. And here is this card. Wow. That one came together nicely, didn't it? I hope you like that, cutting the wreath in half. That was fun. So I'll say this, I did the inside with So Saffron. Maybe I should have done it with Daffodil Delight, okay? So you might want to change that to Daffodil Delight. If you want to, I don't really think it makes that much of a difference. All right, back in a minute with another one. Okay, I love this card because it's garden green, and I love the garden green with the craft paper. So let's go ahead and start with our little envelope here. And we're just gonna stamp some boughs and some acorns. So I'm using garden green and early espresso. So let's stamp these boughs up through here. We just leave a little space, and it's okay if one goes over here. We're going to cover that anyway, right? Okay, now we're going to get the little acorn in the early espresso, and we're going to start to stamp this little guy every which way. Look how cute. In these boughs. And it's just fall-like, totally fall-like. Let's see, let me see, because I don't want to do too much. I think that's perfect, really. That's just fine right there. Okay. All right, now we're going to cut that piece out with the deckled rectangles, but I already know that my piece is going to be able to handle the size. So I'm going to go ahead and put my glue here, and I'm going to complete my envelope. And I'm going to put, of course you've got both sides here, but I like the larger. See, so it doesn't matter about that bow, and it kind of looks like it's just going right here up into the back of the card, or the envelope, sorry. The back of the, look how pretty that is, right? I love the garden green with the brown. Love that. Okay, let's trim. You know I'm all about using our DSP up, and this is the best way to use some of it, is to decorate your envelopes and the insides of your cards with it. Use it as background. There's just so much really that you can do with the DSP. Okay, that right there. Good. So now that's completed. Let's go ahead with the inside of the card. Now you'll get this in your kit because it's the deckled rectangles die, and I'm going to stamp. Some people just make life better in early espresso right up here. Pretty. And then just a set of the boughs here, and just one little acorn in early espresso right here. Absolutely adorable. Now let's go ahead and attach this to the inside of the card. This right here. Okay, wonderful. Now we're going to go ahead and take, this is So Saffron, not Daffodil Delight. That is absolutely So Saffron. And I have a piece of garden green, and I have a piece of basic white. And so the basic white, we're going to stamp 3 acorns in early espresso. 1, 2, 3. Good. And then boughs, we're going to get 3 sets of these green on green. Garden green on garden green. 1. They're so pretty. 2 and 3. Okay. All right. Now we're going to take the, oh, I forgot to mount it on a block. We're going to take the one that looks like sticks. And let me mount that on a block here. And I want this to go onto that So Saffron. I'm going to take the ink pad to the stamp. So hopefully I'll transfer good ink there, right? And right to the So Saffron with that in early espresso. Then we'll cut everything out. Oh, that's beautiful, beautiful, beautiful. A lot of times when you put ink on color cardstock, you have to wait a second for everything to kind of soak in. So let's see. I'm going to go ahead and close up my ink now. If we need to open it again, we will, but I'm going to do a lot of die cutting. So we'll put that over to the side. Let's dump all that off. Okay. The size, again, of the decal that I used is the third one from the outside for the outside and the inside. This one, I use this one a whole lot in this class. It's a good size, you know. So let's go ahead and bring this in again. And let's get our piece of Designer Series paper from the Gingham Cottage. Now, what I want to do with this one when I look at it, okay, so you have plenty of room, is to make sure that I have a little square around about in here, okay? Maybe I might even move that over a little bit. Let's see, let's move it up. Let's go right about to the top there, because I can stamp right in here. I want to stamp hello, okay? So kind of look where you want to stamp and then cut from there. Here we go. I only want to cut this one piece out. Okay. Instead, then I'll pile the rest of the stuff up on here. Okay, that's perfect. And then in just a minute, I'm going to stamp right there. Okay, great. Let me move all this aside. And let's go ahead and get our acorns, boughs, and our wreath of sticks. What would that be called? I don't know. So then we use this die right here. See, this one here is for the stamped image. You see it's larger through here, it's wider. This is for the stamped image of the one with the leaves on it, okay? And then this one is for the sticks, definitely. Then we have, let's see, 2 of these guys, right? Yeah, I think we established that before. We've got 2 of these. I love to craft. You know, I was just thinking to myself, I was like, my goodness, look at what I'm doing today. And I'm calling this work. I am enjoying hanging out with you guys and putting all of these wonderful cards together. They're fun. Okay, there's that. Now, again, with this, you know, it has the arrow, and you guys know I'm not too hot with that, okay? But here's that line. It's right by that arrow, okay? But here's that line. That's what I really like. My eye goes to. And here is that space right there. I already know it's going to be perfect when I put it in there, just like that. It's that quick. You might have to just wiggle it around to get it perfect, but it's right in that line. There we go. Right there. Good. And let me hold that right there. Beautiful. Okay. Roll this through. Yeah, I thought that other card was so saffron, it was really Daffodil Delight. But this is definitely so saffron. Okay. We'll get these guys off of here. Make our little pile of boughs. We'll use that one, right? There we go. Let's get our wreath out of here. Look how nice that cut. That's wonderful. And our little acorn. After I like to put the Wink of Stella on the acorns after that they're mounted, because I'm always afraid I'm going to get the paper too wet with that, like that alcohol part of the Wink of Stella, and then whatever, like a dimensional or something like that might not stick. So I like to put it on after I have it stuck down. We'll get that, and then just one more acorn. And this one here. It's one of those days outside. I can't believe, like, here I am home, okay, and I, you know, do this to supplement my Social Security, And, you know, it kind of like flips me out on some days to where I'm like, wow, everybody's working and I'm doing this. Okay. So, yeah, I really, you guys, you don't know how much I appreciate. I love staying home. I've always wanted to stay home. I just, yeah, I'm a real homebody. Just, you know, my grandma just kind of raised me that way. Okay, so there's that. Let's move this aside. Now, we're going to wrap some of this twine. Let's go ahead and stamp our hello on here first, okay? Let's get that completed. And I will use my early espresso. So, I guess, you know, you could see whichever way you like it. I think I'm going to go right here with it. Yeah. You know, if I went like that, I could come up here. Let's see. I could put it right here. Ooh, I kind of like that. Okay, I'm doing it like that. All right, so right in this square right here with some early espresso. And just hello on an angle. Just like that. Now, because this piece is going to be popped up with dimensionals, so let's move this out of the way. Close the ink. Now we have to wrap some of this wonderful twine. Now, I want to really wrap this twine around the card, but, you know, a lot of times when we do something like this, we use a whole lot, okay? What I did, I didn't even measure this, and I can measure this when I'm done, but I just took the thing, because I know I'm going to pull my pieces out, okay? So you don't need to like wrap it 3 times, because then you're just going to have too much. I just like went like this and thought, okay, bow right about out like that. That's probably even too much. Okay, so there. Okay, I just eyeballed it, okay? Now, so what have we got here? Let's see. Let's see, 8. 16, 17, 18, 19, 20, about 21 inches, right about 21 inches. Let me write that down. 21 inches. All right, there. Always keep my little directions next to me. All right, now, what I want to do is I want to pull apart 2 of the right here, 2 of these, 2 of the twine looking, okay, and just kind of walk this down because it can knot up, okay. You kind of don't want that to happen. Just take your time. So pull out 3. I'm sorry, we're going to pull out 4, okay. 2 of these and 2 tinsel. Here's another. Now let's do a couple of tinsel here. Let's do that right there. However many is coming out, it's fine with me. The more the merrier, right? We just want it to kind of fluff out. Well, I don't want this big, you know, of course, thing of twine. And that, you know, I didn't know who really needed to order this and who didn't. That's why it was used as an add-on. Now, I put these here, okay, just like that. Now, twist the best you can on this because we're going to twist this around a little bit. It's probably not going to stay, but I'm going to hold it right here, right about. I'm going to come up around here, just like that. See how I'm wrapping it just that one time, but because I've added all of these layers of the twine, it's just so cool. So really I want my bow at the bottom where the hello is. Okay, so I'm going to pull that down a little bit. Okay, here. And then let's just wrap it around. Okay. Ooh, did that one come off? Get on there. Keep everybody in their spot, okay? Just like that. Tie your bow. And it is perfect. Don't trim a thing at first, okay? It's perfect. Oh, that's so cute. Okay, don't trim anything. We might have to tighten it up. I'm not sure. Let me see here. Maybe I do. Yeah, I feel like it's too slippery. Okay. I'll take it apart right here. Because see, what's going to help me hold it down actually is the wreath. And I'm just going to tie my bow. Try to keep it as tight as I can. Yeah, I got it that time. Okay. Good, good. All right, now, I just kind of want to work this out a little bit to where you see the sparkles, how pretty, and the twine together. Sometimes they overlap each other, and if you kind of get them unoverlapped, they, you know, fan out really nicely. Let's put that one there. Just like that, okay? So it's going to kind of be like that. All right, now, let's go ahead with our wreath, and let's go ahead and put this wreath on here. Okay, now I know I'm working off of the card base. I just want to make sure I get everything okay before I secure this to the card with dimensionals. So that looks really good there, okay? Now, over here is where I had this one. So right here is where I'm going to put a dimensional right there. Right in there, okay? That'll go into that area. Now I want to put one here and about one there. I think we're good. One here, and then one over here. And I think we'll be fine with the placement. Just watch your placement with it because of the twine, but knowing that this is actually going to help hold the twine down. Okay, so that comes here. Hold that down. Put your little wreath here. Perfect. Letting the dimensionals really hold on there. Okay, so in just a few minutes I am probably going to give this a little bit of a haircut, right? Let's see. How about that? I just don't know if it's too big of a bow. Okay? I don't want to fool with it too much because it really looks pretty. How's that? I like it. I like it. I'm happy. And pull it to the bottom here and let those tails hang off. Okay? So that's a nice way with just one piece to make a fluffy, a very, very country looking bow. Isn't that nice? All right, now, now let's go ahead and attach this to our card base now that we've got all of that worked on. Ooh, I need another pack of dimensionals because sometimes I do love to use, of course, the whole ones. Let's get a new one out here. Of course, they're always in my arsenal. See, now that I opened my pack, I will go ahead and write that down. And that'll go on the next order. Always try to keep ahead of the game with these things, right? So here we go. And let's bring our card base in. And look how pretty that is. Oh, I love the garden green with the craft paper. And this little bit of twine running through there. I think that's so pretty. That's awesome. Okay, now let's go ahead and start to put together these guys. Okay, well, just like we did on the other card, we'll get 3 big ones and 3 little ones. You can use glue dots. I'm just going to put this together. Oop, you flipped over. And I was ready to get a acorn. Got a little bit of glue hanging out on that one. I'll let the acorn just stick to it. See, I put these 3 together, just like that. Okay, a little bit more Tombow, maybe not on that one. A little teeny bit here. Okay, woo. And a little teeny bit here. And let's go ahead and get these guys on here. Any which way you want. Doesn't matter. I think they look good any way that you put them on here, and then they have their little bows and things going out from them. All right, now we're going to go ahead and put this on. I want these on with dimensionals. So we'll go ahead and take some of the sides here, just like we did. And put that up here. And one of these. That one just stuck to me. How funny. Let me just take it and put it over here where it should be, right? Let's just take this one and put it over here where it should be. There we go. And then this one down here at the bottom in our bow. Isn't that cute? Oh, now let's go with the Wink of Stella on the acorns. That looks so cute. And as you can tell, like I said, it reactivates the ink, makes it a little bit darker. Look at them, the two up top, compared to that one on the bottom. And it pulls in the silver from our little tinsel there in our twine. Go back over it. Give it a lot of nice shimmer there. All right, a little shimmer means a lot. So we have it completed. Oh no, we need rhinestones. Let's get these guys on here. So let's come across here, one here, two on the inside of the wreath to help with, again, the twine that's in there, just to pick up that silver, just like that. And then two back here. I'm going to put one here. I want to see them. And then one over here. There we go. Ooh, I have my tinsel underneath my rhinestone is on my tinsel. Here we go. That right there. And I need to give this a little bit of a haircut. There we go. That looks really, really nice. Okay. So let's enjoy this beautiful card. We've got a pile over here. That's amazing. Some nice little fall cards, right? Just somebody you know might not be feeling good. Maybe they're lonely and they just need a little card sent to them. These are great to do that with. All right, back in a minute. We'll start another one. Okay, let's start with this fun card. Now, this is a strange little cut that I came up with, okay? And let's go ahead and take a look at the inside. Some people just make life better. Let's go ahead and stamp that now, okay? Let's bring our mat in. Let me move this aside. We actually used 2 pieces of the DSP in here on this card. This card pairs with this one. Okay, so we're going to use both the pieces. I'll show you how to flip them over. It's a lot of fun. So right here, and I'm going to do this in real red, and I'm going to use shaded spruce. Nice and real red right there. Nice. And let's get our little boughs right here in shaded spruce. I love shaded spruce. It's like a bluish greenish color. And some berries in real red. Cute. Let's go ahead and place that on the inside of the card because it's finished. Fast and easy insides, right? But they look great. When somebody opens up one of my cards, they don't expect for things to be the way I've got them on the inside. I know that, right? I bet you guys are the same way. Let's go ahead and stamp our envelope. I'm going to finger fold that right there. And we'll get these boughs going up through here, just in shaded spruce. That's plenty. And let's go ahead with this one. And I've already cut these. I kind of got ahead of myself. We'll talk about them in a minute. but I've already got this piece right here. So I'm going to go ahead and glue this down. That's the other part of where I cut it. Because remember, my pieces that I had were 6 by 6, so I cut it at 3 1/4, then 4 3/4, and this is the bottom edge of it, just like we've been doing. So that's nice right there. Okay. I love that big check. I love that. Let's go ahead and trim this. Getting better at it, guys. I'm getting better at it. Okay. So now we have the inside and our envelope completed. Okay. Now we're going to work on some things to stamp for the outside. We're going to stamp Merry Christmas here. I didn't even mount that little thing. Oh, yes, I did. Here it is. I was like, wait a minute. Did I lose it? Oh, no. Okay. Merry Christmas. And you'll have this Stylish Shapes die cut in your kit. You're going to want to, if you don't have Stylish Shapes, you're going to want to get it. So let's move that aside. Now, on this piece, you've got a few pieces here. We're going to do berries and holly and some boughs right here, okay? So 3 boughs across. 1, 2, 3. And we're only going to use 3 on this card, and then we're going to use 3 on the other card. So that's nice. Okay, the holly now, these little holly leaves, so pretty, right? In shaded spruce. Oh, I should have done the in garden green, but that's okay. We're just going to do 3 holly leaves here, and there's a die cut for that, even though it's teeny tiny, right? And then we're going to do 3 berries on this one in real red. And we're good. Okay, so like here I might have used garden green and then the shaded spruce on the I don't know, I might have, I'm not sure, you know, when I design them, and then sometimes I'll miss a note or two, and so, but it's ink, you know, it'll look good. Okay, so let's see now, let's put this over here so I don't make a mess. Here we have all of our dies. Things are stamped, coming right along. And now let's bring in our machine. Here we go. Let me just close this ink just in case. Wow, I can't believe I'm going to get all of these. I have to go pick up my grandson after this card. And then, and remember, I'm going to cut these out and run them through a few times. And then I'll come back, and I just have 2 more cards to do after this, and I really want to get this done today, especially for the folks that ordered the just the video PDF, because this is going to take a long time to upload. I bet this is going to take like a day, a good day to upload. So I'm going to start cutting these guys out, because then I have to transfer it to YouTube and upload it there. And yeah, there is a lot to do. Let's get holly. Where's my berries? I know, here it, oh, that's so funny. They were under my machine. I knew it. I could feel, it was like something was telling me they're under the machine. I'm going to put these 2 back here. So like I said before, I don't know. Can you really tell a difference with with these? I don't know. Is like this one the larger one? I look like Mickey Mouse ears, you know, or something like that. Is that where it goes? I don't really think it matters, to tell you the truth. I'm going to just have fun with it. And then our little holly here, turn that in such a way to where it gets those little points. It's really, really, really small, guys. Really small. Okay, so love that, and want to run that through at the top a little bit more. Ooh, you know what? I have another holly berry, or another berry right here. I could do that, right? Let me get another piece of washi tape. This is what I've used all my washi tape for. Taping everything down. So yeah, like I'm not sure if there's, I question it, okay, if there's really a set point with that and not. Okay. So let's crank this through. And I'm going to let that crack, go back, go again. Let it bounce like that. That's fine. And then let's let go all the way now this time. Because the other things only take one crank. I just want to make sure I get everything cut. Okay. Here we go. Nice. Poke this out. Oh, that's so pretty. That is so pretty. Shaded spruce is beautiful. That bluish, greenish, Christmassy color. Right there. Okay. And let's see what we got going on here. We have all kinds of berries and boughs and happiness. It's always got to be happy crafting. It cannot be stressful crafting, you know. We always want it to be happy. So I try to just have fun. We'll use that one. And let's see, let's get these guys out of here. Put these up here. So I can't remember on this one. I think I used the little boughs on this one, and then the other one, yes, I used the larger. So that's good. Okay, so you just need one of those and that. Put that there. Clean this up, and we'll cut the other one. Get my little spatula out. Okay, put that here. And now the one that has the thicker vein with the leaves, we'll go ahead and do that one, and that's garden green. You'll of course have that piece, right? That's garden green. Yes, I did this in garden green and shaded spruce were my two colors for this card. And here, and then here, and look, we've maximized our time. Looks good to me. There we go. And our space on our cutting, right? Let's get a holly here. I forgot all about the holly. Look how cute that came. Oh my goodness, that's adorable. Let's see again. I guess that goes up in there. Okay, so like this that protrudes down on the top, I'm putting in between the two holly. I'm calling that the top. You know us, we all have our own names for everything, right? In our craft room. And you know if you say the doohickey thing, you know exactly what you're talking about, right? And we're going to let that pop, pop, pop again, and again. And now we're going to get back in there. Did you see that thing try to come sneak right out of there? Get in there. There. Okay. Roll it through. And now we just have what? One holly to cut. I do believe. Oh no. There went the holly die on the floor. Oh, I see it. Okay, hang on. Hang in here with me. We've got a die that jumped ship, right? I thought it maybe it went underneath something, but I got lucky that it did not. Okay. All right, that's perfect. Whew, what a save. Let's take a look. Yep, came out perfect. Okay, I've got all of my berries done. I have my boughs completed. I like to stamp and cut everything at the same time, but then it doesn't bother me to cut, like if I'm just doing something on my own, it doesn't bother me to cut one thing at a time. Especially if I'm designing, you know that you can't help. Okay, one of those. Let's get this out of here. And I'll just go ahead and mash it right into the paper, right into the plate. It came out really easy with the spatula. No big deal. There we go. All right. Now that we have all of our pieces cut, and then you basically have no immense amount of overflow with scrap, right? I'll go ahead and move this. And let's start to put things together. So, okay, now we need, okay, no, not put things together yet. Now we need to talk about the front of the card, okay, because we have all of that completed. So, this front of the card, I came up with this little crazy cut. Because of the number of DSP, and I wanted to use all of it for this class, I had to use like one piece, I had to use 2 pieces on one card. Okay, so your piece was 6 by 6, remember? And let's do, I'm going to do the red first. Wait a minute. It's 6 by 6, and I cut this at 3 1/4 by 4 3/4, okay? Now, I've already erased one video because I couldn't explain how to cut this, but I've got it now, okay? So, all right, now, what you want to do is you want to take the point at the upper left and the point right here at the lower right, okay? You want to take this point and put it at the 1 inch and this one at the 1 inch. Both of them at the 1 inch mark on your score blade. One here, 1 inch, one up here. Okay, do you guys see this? Let me show you, let me bring it up. See, it's there at the 1 inch, down here at 1 inch. I know that door's shut. Let's open that up again. Okay. Right up here at 1 inch, and right down here at 1 inch. Let me do it again, okay? So here's your piece, 3 1/4, 4 3/4. Upper left corner, lower right corner. Turn it 1 inch here and 1 inch here on the 1 inch mark. Okay, just like that. Now you're going to get equal pieces, and we're going to cut. Okay. Now with this, now I'm bringing in. Okay, now I'm going to move the red to the side. I'm bringing in now the black that has the larger piece of, you know, gingham with the white, not this little check back here. Okay, I want the big one. All right, and I'm going to cut this the same way. Upper left corner, lower right corner to the 1 inch. Here and here. Okay, just like that. Just turn it. That's the best way that I could figure out to tell you guys. Now let's cut this again. Okay. All right, now we have equal here of what we're doing. Let me move this aside. Let's see, did I get my envelope completed? Yes. Yes, I did. Okay, good. All right, now we have this completed and this. Now what I want to do on this card is I want this to be the top, okay? And then we're going to bring this side in to be the bottom. It's going to make the perfect card because it was cut exactly the same way. Now, so that's for this card that we're doing right now. Now, to get these pieces ready for the next card, you're going to want to take a bone folder because of where we sliced them, okay? Turn them over because you can feel like a little edge, okay? And just take your bone folder and flatten those edges out. That's all you need to do right now. This way we don't forget about it, okay? So we want to flatten those edges and then move these aside. It's for the next card. And let's move aside the smaller boughs. Okay, here, let's move these 3 because we just cut them, right? So I'm going to move these aside to the next card, okay? So we won't use those. Let's move these larger pieces in, and let's go ahead and put our little holly boughs and berries together. This is so cute. So much fun. Look at all the glue. Do you see all the glue? I know, right? I always have my silicone mat here, but I never use it. I just keep going. Then I get alcohol and take it apart, you know, and wash over it with it. No big deal. Okay, so I'm going to go ahead and put my Tombow right here. You could use a glue dot, but like I said, it adds a lot of bulk glue dots sometimes when you're doing something this little. And now I'm going to take my holly, and I want it on top of and to the side of my bough, because hollies have these, right? And I don't know what's up and what's down with these things. So does it even matter, okay? I'm going to put those down. I don't know. That looks like a stem on the bottom, right? I'm going to turn that one around, okay? So I really, when I was even putting this together, I really wasn't sure, but let's look together. So that looks like the top where it's like more pointy to the bottom right here. That's more like a stem. So I'm going to go ahead and add this to here, just like that. Okay, and now I put 3 more dots down here by these little stems, and that's where we're going to put our berries. So see, our element gets a little thick because of everything that we're putting on it too. So just berries here. Let it show the holly. Berries here. And berries here. Just like that. I want to show that holly right there, okay? All right. Now, what I did was I turned these upside down when they were dry. I'll hold it together, right? Okay. Doesn't take a second. And then I'm going to put my dimensionals on here. Flip this one over. And put a dimensional. And you know, you can make up any anything that you want. You know, a combination of the boughs and the hollies and the acorns and the berries. It's just cute. Like I said, I love littles. And I love when they give us a lot of littles to play with, because then you can do something like this. Here we go. All right, now, they're stuck to me. Get off here. Okay, there. All right, now let's bring this card in. Well, actually, no. We're going to bring these pieces in. Remember, we had the top and then the bottom of the black. So we have these 2 pieces. Let me get some Scotch tape. And we're going to just rip off 2 pieces of Scotch tape. Okay. And I want this side up to me. So I'm going to flip this over. Okay. And we're going to put these together. Just like that. Making sure they're nice and lined up. And now let's make it one piece, okay? Let's use that Scotch tape and make it one piece. Now, this card I put down with Tombow. I'm going to pop this up with dimensionals because I use the twine here, okay? You can take any part that you've already used, okay? Any piece, and I'm just going to cut this off. Let's see, I kind of wanted some silver in there. Here's some silver, okay. So let's see. This one has silver in it. Okay, so I'm just going to cut this off about here. Let's see how many inches we've got here for you guys. About 6 inches, okay? And on the back side of this, where the tape is, I'm going to get my seal, and I'm going to attach some seal right here at these junctions. Okay, watch what I do. Now I take my piece, can't even remember which one I had, whichever one fits, and I put it across the card like this. I let it come back into the seal right here. Let it come back into that seal, and then let it come down across that slice right there, and then just let it come back into the seal. All right, now what we're going to do to secure that, because I don't trust it, is a little bit more Scotch tape, which is probably, this is just too much, yeah. So I'm just going to tape it down, and you won't see it, okay, but I don't want it ever to pop off, okay? So that looks good right there. Now right here we're going to go ahead and put dimensionals. Like I said, the other one I put down with Tombow, but the thickness of the, and it was already setting, I'm going to put a dimensional right here in the center. See how that's going to help hold that junction together also. But it was setting, and I couldn't pick it up and switch it to dimensionals. So I said, okay, when I make this card, I'm going to use the dimensionals. So here's that. And now this card comes together like this. Isn't that adorable? Look at that. Isn't that fun? Okay, now what I want to do is, let's put our wreath together. I've got my thicker garden green one here. Just pulling out a few more of these. Okay. Just like so. And let's go ahead and put some Tombow on the back of the shaded spruce. I'll just do my dots. Take your tip, spread it out, and put this on here. Now, like I said, you can take your time and fluff that up because they look fantastic that way. Okay, I'm going to flip that over and get some more dimensionals here like we've been doing. I've had fun with that twine. And right here. And let's see. Do I have another little one? Nope. That one. Okay. Right here at the bottom. Okay. Got to cut some more. We've used a lot in this class. All right. Now, what I want to do now is put this over here. And I just want to make it to where the dimensionals are not on the twine. But the wreath is actually going to hold the twine in place. Isn't that fantastic? That's great. Okay, now bring in the bow maker. With what I have left here, I'm going to tie a bow. Should I go out? Yeah. Let's do that. And I didn't pull anything apart on this. I'm just tying the bow. It's been pulled apart, so it's kind of floppy anyway, you know, kind of loose. But I didn't pull everything out like we have been doing. Okay, right there. And now let's get a glue dot. And put it right back here on the bow. And bring our card in. And let's put this bow right in the center on that other twine. Okay, just like that. Oh my goodness, I love that. All right, now our Merry Christmas. Let me go ahead and get a couple of dimensionals on this. Actually, one's good. That one's long. It'll be fine right there. And let's put Merry Christmas right here on an angle. Isn't this cute? Isn't it coming together wonderfully? Now let's get these guys on here. And I'm going to put one up here. And one over here. You know, just place them around the wreath. It does not matter, okay? Now I'm going to get my Wink of Stella. And I'm going to color my berries and my holly to make it a little bit shimmery back there, but not the bow. Because I'm really afraid with that being kind of a line, I'm afraid that it's going to bleed the ink out, you know, too much. So I'm just adding it to the holly. And the berries, oh my goodness, it looks so sweet. What a nice card. All right, here we go. Just dab that around. There we go. Lovely, absolutely lovely. Let's put this one here and this one here. All right, hey, coming along. 2 more to go, guys. And we'll put the other one together with the other side in just a moment when I get back. Back in a minute. Okay, where this card now is in a landscape position, the one that we did before is in a portrait position. So this one opens like that, like a book, and then this one's going to open like this from the bottom. Okay, very simple. All right, let's go ahead and start with our little envelope here. Let's go ahead and do some stamping. Now, with this envelope and this card, I'm using mint macaron and shaded spruce and real red. Let's go ahead and open those up. And what I want to do this time with the bows coming up through here, I just want to take them and alternate my color. Whoop. First I want shaded spruce at the bottom here. Just like that. Now I'm going to clean it. And I'm going to go into my mint macaron. And one here. And I'm going to clean it again. Just gives you a different look on the outside of the envelope. Now right here with the shaded spruce, and one more with the mint macaron, and it's just gonna come right there, and it's okay if it goes off because we're going to cover it, right? Okay. And in fact, let's just go ahead and do that now. So we're going to take our Tombow again. And now from where we've already cut this piece with the other on the last video, so we already have this piece done. Nothing else should need to be cut. And this time I'm going to put the small check on the outside. Right up to here. Wonderful. Give it a trim. You know, just so that one card is just a little different than the other, but really with the same DSP, right? We just flipped it over, flattened it out, used the other side. Good deal. Get that out of the way. And let's press this down. Good. All right, now let's go ahead with the inside of the card. I'll get my mat in here. And this time I'm going to stamp my favorite saying here in shaded spruce. So this piece is basic white and it's in your kit. It's 4 3/4 by 3 1/4. This goes right up here. And we're going to do the same thing with the bows again, except this time I'm going to start with the mint macaron right here. I'm going to clean it, go into my shaded spruce, clean it again, go into the mint, and one up here. Now, as soon as we add these berries, it makes it, okay? Watch this. This is amazing. A little red berry here, and then let's come up here, and then let's come in here. Perfect. The colors are perfect. Let's go ahead and add this to the inside of the card, and now we have our envelope and the inside done. Put that right there. Nice. Okay, now let's do some stamping with everything else we've got going on here. We're going to get this little piece and stamp Merry Christmas. Right here, it's just a scrap piece. I'm going to do it in real red. You could do it in any color you want. Right here. Move that aside. And then right here, because remember we saved the bows from the last card. Remember we only needed 3. So I saved these guys right here. And now on this little piece, we just have to stamp 3 little berries in real red. And we'll die cut these guys out. Wonderful. And then we have a shaded spruce with the die that has the thicker vein in the center there for the leaves, and then mint macaron with the thinner one. And I just absolutely love this combination. Let's talk about the front of the card now. These are the 2 pieces that we did on our first card, okay? Remember, it was red and black, just like that on the other one. Now we're just going to flip this. We're going to actually tape this together, because this is going to flip over like this, and we're going to have red here and black here, and then we're using the other side with the smaller check. Isn't that fun? So let's go ahead and get this together, and let's use a little Scotch tape, and let's go ahead and tape it so that we have a nice solid piece to work with. Let's go ahead and put some seal on here. Come down through here with a little bit, and then up through here, because we're going to put our twine on a diagonal. Let's see. And I really want some silver in that. I'm totally out of silver. I've used all my silver. I've just got twine. Let's go ahead and cut a piece, because we have more than plenty, right? So let's cut right here. Like I said, a lot of my customers used it in the last class, and then they already had it for this class, so that's why it's an add-on. Let's go 1, 2, there's a good thick one in here right there. I like that one. Let's do 3 of these guys. Okay, and yeah, since we're pulling it apart, let's just pull apart some tinsel right here. Let's get like 2 of them, 2 pieces. There we go. Put that to the side. Put this in here. I just kind of even them up at the end right here. Okay. And again, try to twist them together. It helps for it to stay together a little bit while you work with it. Now we've already got our seal down. So let's go to the side you're going to see, and I don't really want them twisted up. It just helps to maneuver them that way. I don't want them to show on this side all twisted up. Okay, let's put that into the seal. Okay, and then let's come across that diagonal right there, and let's just stick that side. My fingers are sticking in the seal more than anything, and let's stick that in there. Okay, but I don't trust it. I still want a little tape on it, just to help us out, okay? Just hold it down, because that's some weight there. You know, that's a lot. That's all right. I've got a little piece of tape sticking up there. Let me snip that. There we go. All right, now, so that'll be on my finger for the rest of the night, right? The little piece of tape. Did you ever, I mean, when you're crafting, all of a sudden it's like I'm eating dinner and there's a dimensional on my elbow or something? How funny. Okay, so that's perfect right here. We just want this to cover our junction, okay? Just cover our little junction there of paper. And then right up here, just like that. So we're coming across this way. Now we can go ahead and flip this over. Let's add some dimensionals. And just like we did with the other one, let's put that one right there in the center so that it helps hold everything. Just like that. I didn't think that one came with it. There we go. Okay. I'm going to place this on the card front. Just like that. That's so nice. Okay. I really want, this is bothering me right here. Okay. There we go. Good. See, now when we put the wreath on, it'll hold everything in place, but that looks better, right? It was kind of popping it up. Okay. So that's on with dimensionals. And I want to show you, like, the card that I did, I stuck it down with a Tombow, but it got a little bumpy right here, okay, which is fine, but I thought, well, I'll just pop it up with dimensionals on this one. Okay, so we are good there. I'm going to bring in my mini trimmer. I love to use this. We got this a long time ago. You could just trim with scissors. It's just that I have trouble cutting a straight line. Or you could use the regular trimmer to cut this. I'm going to cut this real close to the word Christmas on both sides, on the Merry side and the Christmas side, just like that, okay? And then I'm going to take my scissor and angle cut this right here, and then one right there. That's perfect. We're going to put a dimensional on the back of that one, and it'll be ready to go. Okay. All right, now let's go ahead and bring in the Stamp Cut and Emboss machine. I think I'm done using the ink so far. Okay, let's close these guys up. Uh-oh, whoa, right into the mint. I've been in the paper pumpkin and now the mint macaron. Yeah, a lot of times that's what happens to my cards, is that I've had my fingers in the ink. Not even meaning to, you know, they just kind of get there. Okay, so first what I'm going to do is line those up, and I'm going to bring this in. And let's go ahead, let me get my little berries here. I think I can cut 2, correct? Yes. We've got 2 of these. I'm going to try to get these through, even if I have to pull these off. I'm still wondering if there is, like, see, because I see a bigger one right here, so you would think that it was just a little bit different, but I don't know. I know the cards are coming out just fine, so that's okay. And that's really all that matters, isn't it? The cards look great. So I'm going to put that right there. You know what? I just don't feel comfortable with that. I'm going to put that off. I'm going to put these right here. And I want to pass these through about 4 times. Okay. Ooh, that other one popped up. I hope it didn't move it. Ooh, it's moving everything. If it did, I'll cut another piece. No big deal. It's just some shaded spruce 3x3. There we go. And I thought this looked so wonderful with the mint macaron. So pretty. Let's see how we did. Well, this is perfect. Yay! Okay. Let's see. I was more concerned with the shaded spruce one. Get these little bits out of here. Bits and pieces. There we go. And that one's ready to go. Throw these out. I have filled up my trash bin. No, that cut good. I believe we're good. Lucky. Lucky, lucky. Let's see about this. Oh, it might have been a little bit off. See, it's too thin. Yeah, it did. Do you see what it did? See where it's thin right there? That's not good. Okay, we don't like that. Don't like it at all. No problem. We're right here in the craft room. We'll just scrape and cut another piece. We'll scrape the little mat off here. And these little pieces go flying. It's like you've got to go get the vacuum after you do this, right? Okay, let's do that. And let me get my shaded spruce back here. And let me get a piece here. And I'll just cut this real quick at 3x3. Three by 3, right there. Okay, now we need the thicker one. The thicker one with the, yeah, the vein that's thicker to hold the leaves. And now this should be just fine, and I'll run it through a couple of times. I was just running it through the whole thing. Oh, I should have put my berries up there, huh? Let's see how we did. Good. Coming apart nicely. So maybe it is a good idea to do these separately, you know? This really came out nice. I think we've done okay through all of the cards today. I can't believe I'm getting all of the video and PDFs done in one afternoon. It's now almost 6 o'clock, and I've been at this since I think about 9 o'clock this morning I started. Yeah. Okay, let me scrape this. So I'm really and truly right on target from what I thought that where I would be, because I said it'd be a good 10 hours. Because when you do them both together, I was afraid if I didn't, I would forget when I sat down to write out the PDF. I was afraid that I was like, oh, I'm going to forget. You know, and as it was, I used that ink with that one that was so saffron. It was really daffodil light, but I don't really think it mattered. So these are fantastic. Here's this one. 2. And we'll get this one done. I have had so much fun using I love to use all the dies and all the stamps, you know. Because like if I get a set, I want to use everything. I want to see what everything does, right? I want to see how I can intermingle everything together. Now, of course, if you want more boughs, more holly, more bows, more berries, anything that you want, you could add more. Feel free, right? Have fun. Put my shaded spruce away back there. And let's go ahead and let's see, we have our envelope done. Let's bring our card here and let's bring our wreath right here. Let's go ahead and attach this, and I love this combination of mint macaron and garden green. I didn't know if I would like it that much, but I really, really do. You're going to just stick this on here. Just like that. And then we're going to pop this up with dimensionals, just like I did with the other one. I think I need to get some more little triangles cut here. Let's do that real quick. See, I just come down here and just snip them. Usually I snip the whole card, but of course I won't. I'm just going to snip that row so that we have enough. And we'll just place these. Just 3 of them, okay? Now what we want to do is make sure, just like we did with the other one, we want to stay off of the twine. Look how pretty that is with the real red and that mint macaron. And it holds that twine right in place. Isn't that great? Okay, let's go ahead and bring our bow maker in. And here's my little piece with some silver in it. You know, I bet you could go to the Christmas tree department and get you some tinsel and just put it in your baker's twine or your linen thread, right? And you know what? I know they make it in colors. So I think that would be like fun. So here's this. And whoop, make a smaller one. Twist that up a little bit. Here we go. You know, I've seen like little kids with tinsel in like one little part of a braid in their hair. I always thought that looks cute on little girls. Right there. Good. Okay, let's move that aside. And let's see, we have this done. Let's go ahead and do our boughs with our holly. Or not holly, the berries. We're doing berries on this. just berries. A little tombow. On each one. Use my take your pick tool here. Wish I had these turned over, right? Let me put those right there so that it looks like the bough has a little berry on it. I was driving down the road the other day and I saw a big bush that had all the greenery, and then there were red berries on it. I thought that was so pretty. And it reminded me, of course, of this. Let me flip this over. Let's go ahead and put our dimensional on there. Ooh. Keep that together. That glue's just not dry yet. Put this one here. And then another little one here. Perfect. You can also use mini dimensionals. I just had my regular dimensionals out today. And let's go ahead and place these guys. So I'm going to put them here. And this one up here. And then this one down here. So I worked in like 3s, but of course, you know, if you wanted to do this up more, you could put 5 if you wanted to. Let's get a glue dot here and put it on our bow. Roll that up a little bit there and put it right here in the center. Isn't that pretty? Ooh, I love that. Now let's take our Merry Christmas, put it on an angle right here in this lower right corner, and let's get our pretty rhinestones here. Wow, this is amazing. I've only got 2 big ones here. I'm looking at to see what to do. I need to put 3 around here, so I won't use those 2. We'll just use these littles. Rhinestones on the order. I usually keep a couple of packs of these and pearls. And then let's go ahead and put, I'm just going to stick with the littles. One here on the Merry Christmas. One here in the black. And then one up here on this red. How cute is that? Oh, you know what I did? I turned this paper the other way. So there's another variation. Okay? See this black right here? This is down in this corner and this is up in this corner. I just flipped it around. And if I wanted to, I could pull it off of here. And then I'd have to pull that off and flip it around. We won't do that. But that's another way to add it. You could put the black on one side, the red on the other. It doesn't matter. It comes out just fine. Isn't that pretty? Pretty little Christmas cards. And right here is this one. And right there is that one. Let's add some Wink of Stella. Must have some Wink of Stella on my berries. Just right there. I'm afraid to squeeze this Wink of Stella because it's brand new. And I know that barrel is full of this glitter glue and it'll wind up coming out. Or this, you know, glitter ink, I should call it. It's not glue. There we go. Did I get these? No. Didn't even get these guys. Let's Wink of Stella them also. And then I'll be back with the very last card. I can't believe it. Amazing. Absolutely wonderful. There's these 2. Okay, back in a minute with the last one. All right, I can't believe we're on the last card. How much fun I've had this afternoon. Well, really all day, morning, afternoon, and now into the evening, putting these cards together with you guys. So this time we're going to layer 3 wreaths right here. And that really kind of pops up nicely through there. I love that. Okay, and this is just some Calypso coral, and I believe I'm using, yes, Old Olive. So let's move this to the side, and let's just go ahead and stamp our envelope. We're going to use our little leaves here, the set of 3 with Old Olive, and I'll just come up through here. Just like that. And then I'm going to put this aside. We're going to cover, of course, that back, but I want to make sure So we have a piece of Calypso coral here. Okay, this should be 5 by 3.5. Let's make sure. 3.5, yes, by 5. Okay, now this is going to cover the entire front. Okay, we haven't done that yet. The entire front of the Kraft card right there. Okay, so that's going to cover that. And then the next layer is Gingham Cottage at 4 3/4 by 3 1/4. So let's cut that. And let's cut the 3 1/4. Okay, by 4 3/4. See, now it gives me this piece, but of course you've got that 12-inch, so that's good right there. Okay, so that goes on the front of that piece of Calypso coral right here that's in your kit. I cut that for you. Okay, that's in your card kit. All right, let's go ahead and put this together. And I like the white on the outside. Ooh, it got a little gummy, didn't it? Well, it's been open all day. That's funny. All right, let's put this here. Now with this, we'll have a border, okay, of the Calypso coral. But now, when we put this on the card front, we will not have any type of a border except for that Calypso coral, okay? So no Kraft border. Let's go ahead and secure that down, might as well, while we're at it, right? And I'm going to put that right here. I'm going to do exactly what I've been doing, just tapping and pushing here on the sides, tapping. Okay, and that it's perfect. It's absolutely perfect. That's a perfect size, 5 by 3.5 Calypso coral. Okay, now we're going to take this piece and we'll go ahead and finish our envelope. We have a lot of die cutting of the wreaths to do with this card. I'm going to put this here, and again, I'm going to have the white on the outside. Now, of course, if you wanted to change it up and do the card with one design, and then the back of the envelope with the other side of the design, that you could do that. Just do whatever you'd like. Okay, now let's cut this last one. And get around that corner right there. Good. Shouldn't have stopped. I try, guys. I really do. I give it a gallant effort. Ooh, did you see that almost go into the ink? Oh, were you screaming? Get the tip of the envelope out of the ink. Okay. So here we go. That's beautiful. And we have our front. Let's go ahead and do our grateful right here. And I'm going to stamp this in Calypso coral right here. And I'm going to go ahead and put this on the front of the card already. Let's go ahead and use one of these. Okay, right here. Just in the center of it, because we've got some things to do with some greenery. So let's bring that card base in, and we're going to put this right over here. I already know there's plenty enough room for the wreath, okay? So just want to get that out of the way. Let's go ahead and stamp the inside. Again, some people just make life better. And we'll do this in Calypso coral here in the center, the top, just like that. And then we'll get our leaves in our old olive. I hope you can hear that little bird tweeting. So cute. Just like that. And let's put this on the inside of the card. Now this one we will have a little bit of a border around of the Kraft cardstock, or I should say card base. So that's pretty right there. Okay, good deal. All right, now let's move that aside, and this also. And let's start to do some die cutting. So there's a bunch of pieces in this kit, but we're going to walk right through it. Here we go. So first, I'm going to do these separately. I just have to, because I'm just afraid that I'm going to mess them up. So I want to do the Calypso Coral in the thicker veined leaf, okay? And then down here, I'm going to put, this is Sahara Sand, and you want 2 of these leaves, okay? And then I have another set of 2 of these leaves in Old Olive, and I'm just going to like hang them right here. Okay, I'm going to bring these down a little bit. All right, and that's it for this pass, because I'm going to do what I did on the other one and pass this through a couple of times at the beginning. That seemed to work out quite well for us, right? Okay, now nothing shifted there. We're good. I'm just going to take it through one time and it'll cut those leaves. Okay. Yeah. Just going to get these loose. Now, did you see what I did with the leaves? I put them side by side. I didn't go down the piece of paper like that, okay? They fit really well because we need 6 of them, okay, in the Old Olive. Now, this Sahara Sand you're done with, just needed a couple of those just for a background a little bit. There we go. And let's see how we do here. All right, we did great. Just a little bit. Take these out, clean that off, and then the other 2 are with the smaller vein where the leaves connect to, okay? And we'll cut that out of Petal Pink and Sahara Sand. So there's that. So that's our base, okay? Now, we'll go ahead and put this here. And let's go ahead and get this one. And this one has the smaller vein where the leaves are connected to, onto the Petal Pink. And let's go ahead and get these guys right here. And we'll just get, can I get all 4? Yes, I can. Woohoo! Yeah, we'll get 4 of them in there just like so. Okay, but I want that to cut first. Okay, let's see how we go with this. And if they jump around, you can move them, you know, but the main thing is to cut that top part of the wreath all the way through. Now let's go this way. Did we move a little bit there? We might have. Yep. All right, let's just back this out. Take that wreath off. Just like that. Oh, look at that. That came out. Absolutely everything came off of it, right? Because I ran it through 6 times. That's funny. I'm just clearing the dye over here over my little trash bin. Very nice. Okay. Let me get these off. I'm being quiet because I love hearing the bird. Okay, let's put these guys here. We need 4. There we go. Now we have 6 of these leaves cut. And see how I did them side by side? You could actually get another 2 if you wanted to. Let's pull these off. Put them down there. It's such a gorgeous fall night, and they are just enjoying themselves. I'm so happy for the little things. Okay, here's the Sahara sand, and this is our last wreath to cut. Oh, wait a minute. Yeah, I'm just going to cut it. Okay, and then I'll put the bows on there one time through. I should have put them on with the greenery. I forgot all about that. I'm just making sure that it cuts. Like it takes an extra 3 seconds, right? So we're good. Let's get this bow, the outline in Sahara sand, and then the one that's more detailed in petal pink. And let's just run these guys through, and everything is stamped and cut. Now we just put things together. Oh, I love this bow. I love that bow. Love that. Let's see. Because that's going to layer like that, and then we're going to make a little twine one. Cute. Okay, let me move that aside. And let me take this wreath out. I cannot believe I've got 20 cards over here. That's amazing. In an afternoon. Well, you know, I mean, I made the first ones, but now all of this is completed. So cute. Okay, so I have one in Sahara sand, and then let me put these over to the side here. That one's clear. Let me just clear this die real quick. I've got one in petal pink. Okay. And then the larger one, the thicker one, in Calypso Coral. Let me bring these in. Petal pink, Calypso Coral. Okay. Now, let's layer these up. I want the petal pink on the top. I want it like that, okay? So I want the Sahara sand on top of the Calypso Coral. Just like that, which that looks awesome in itself. Okay, and then I'm going to take the petal pink, which is just so pretty. It's the lightest little pink color I think I've ever seen. And we'll put this one here. Make sure that everything is offset so you can see all 3 of the colors underneath there. And now, while you guys have time, you can stop the video and you can pop all of this up, and it just makes it just so fluffy. Like it's just a fluffy wreath. Absolutely wonderful. I'm just going to pull some of them up just to show you. But, I mean, it's just fantastic. I love the way it separates, and I love the dimension that it gives us. So here we go. Yeah, and just do it haphazardly. Don't take pains with it, honest. Because it's a wreath, you know? That's pretty cool, right? All right, now, let's go ahead and get some dimensionals. Might have to cut a couple of more. We'll just put these here. Go to the other side there. And we'll put that one right about in here. Okay. Now I really left this wreath alone and just decorated on the bottom because it's just so pretty, right? I'm going to put this right here. Now around the grateful, we're going to use one of the gray, or the Sahara sand on top and bottom, and then 2 of our, what color is this? Old Olive. Okay. Now, what I want to do with this is I do want to use a glue dot. Watch how this works. I take my glue dot. Let's say I put it on my Sahara sand, okay, and I put the old olive on top of that, okay, just like that. I'm going to get another glue dot. I'm going to put it on the top here, and then where this is popped up with dimension, I'm going to stick this right under here and push it down, and it is stuck to the back of the tag there with a little dimension. So isn't that cool? And I don't glue any parts of that down. I want it to stick up. Let's do it again over here. So I'm going to take a glue dot, put it on the Sahara sand, put the old olive one over top, put another glue dot here, and then pick the entire sticky mess up, and I'm going to stick it right under here and then push it. And that's perfect, absolutely perfect. Let's take our little bow here and let's put these guys together. We'll get a glue dot. I'll put it right here, and we'll put this over there, okay. And let's just take a glue dot and attach it to our wreath right here at the bottom. What a pretty bow. If I put the petal pink on there, it faded away. So I needed the back of it with the Sahara sand to make it stand out. All right, let's go ahead and get some more. I'll just get this last little bit right here. And I definitely, I don't like it to chunk up like that when I'm making one of these little bows. Let's see. What do I want here? I want to just pull it apart. And I'm just going to make sure that all of it comes apart there. And then just kind of stick it together. Twist, twist, twist. Make a bow. Wait a minute. I always take that one because I'm left-handed. From the left side, I go over the top. Then come this way. All right. That's beautiful. That barely even needs to be cut, right? I'll just make it even. There we go. Okay. Let's take this off and get another glue dot. Roll it up a little bit. Put it back here on the bow, and then we're going to take this bow and put it on top of the pink, the petal pink, and the Sahara sand. That's cute. Now, that really kind of melts into itself. So let's go ahead with our greenery, and we're going to do our little glue dot deal with this also. So I'm going to put a glue dot here, put this one on top. I'm going to get another glue dot right here, and then I'm going to come behind the bow, lift it up, push it right in there, and push it down. Now what that does too is it adheres it to the wreath and to the back of the bow because of the size of the glue dots. You know, these aren't like paper pumpkin size, these are the larger ones. They call them mini, but I think they could be smaller to really be mini. So 2 glue dots we use, just like that. Here. And let's get this guy going out this way, on this side of the bow, right behind it. Let it sit on the wreath and push it down. Isn't that easy peasy? All right, now, let me get some things out of the way. Good deal. Okay. And I think I'm done with that. Wonderful. Let's get our rhinestones. And I'm going to use these 2 mediums. That's so funny. I'm going to put one here, and then a small one right here. Always try to work in a triangle or 3s, odd numbers, 5s, that kind of thing. Look, that's all I have left. That's funny. All right, here it is. This is our last card. I so appreciate you guys purchasing this class from me. I hope you have a lot of fun putting everything together. So, all of this, let's see, I've got 2 things right here. 2 piles. Oh my goodness, look at all of these cards I've made. I can't believe it. I love this. Is this not fun? I mean, to a card maker, this is just heaven. Okay, so this right here, that's 1 pile. 10 cards. 10 cards right here. Let's get our box. Can't forget our box. Right here. Let's put this in the box. Just half of them, okay? They fit quite nicely, even with the dimension and everything. Put the lid on. Now, of course, you can stamp a sentiment on the front if you want to. You can personalize it. I just didn't do anything. I just decorated it because I felt like then you guys, if you needed to personalize it, you could go ahead and do that. So I bring this up almost like even, okay? And then I just tie the bow and secure that lid down, okay? And just tie the bow. And this is really good twine, so you can do it. Here is our card class. Oh my goodness, guys, thank you so much. I had so much fun this afternoon. I hope you will too with this card class and putting all of these beautiful creations together. Thanks again and happy crafting.